As a quick note, before we jump back into it, we're still ironing out a few issues in our audio, which is getting much better, by the way. We have a bit of a habit of playing for really long periods of time, especially here at the beginning, meaning I'm breaking up the sessions as I go into more easy to listen to chunks, and kind of also how they make sense story-wise. Our DM left us off with an amazing cliffhanger, which you'll hear in this session, and I was very upset to put it where I did, but the session before this one would be almost 6 hours if I would have left it as a cliffhanger. We did have to wait a week to find out what happened, so lucky you for not having to wait, yay. Hopefully in the future I won't have to break them up as weirdly, so you guys will actually have to be in pain waiting like the rest of us. When it does happen in this episode, there will be a distinct change in audio quality, and for that I do apologize, but hopefully this won't be an issue after this one. Plus, the difference in audio quality is it's getting better. So thank you guys for listening. I've taken enough of your time, so with that, what happened last time? The group started off by getting things done individually since they had returned to Bargetide. Marie spent quality time with her cousin Melanie, knowing that she would be leaving soon with the deal she had made with the Spire to send her back home. During their time, Melanie conveyed that even though the Spire was currently helping them out, he was inevitably competition to their family, and Marie should be careful. Fearne and Rowan went to talk to Fearne's friend Elle about the Drakenflower that Saida needed. Since she ran an herbalist and oddities shop, she seemed like a good option to talk to. Elle ended up having a few petals and seeds that the two bought and brought back to a very grateful Saida, who said she would thank them better once she actually slept for a few days. After that, they went off to do their own things. Rowan went about visiting his father Eamon and grabbing some of Bria's old books for their companion Rayla, as well as just talking a little bit. Surprisingly, he found Eamon was reading a medical term dictionary, seemingly to try and get to know more about what Rowan was interested in. Fearne went back to spend some quality time with Elle. After talking with Elle and also Marie and Rowan last session, they had agreed that Fearne should change her form since she had told a changeling stranger during their time on the island of Akmar about the dwarf who was chasing after her, along with some personal identifying information. During this visit, Elle drew Fearne a picture of her deceased quote-unquote sister, not by blood, and told her she could use her face and her name, which was Idira. At least while Fearne's safety was up in the air. During her visit, Elle also told Fearne more about who Idira was, and how she was inevitably killed by a halfling who had stolen the artifact that was keeping her alive. It was a very touching moment for both of them. That led to the awkward situation later that was telling Benjy, who Fearne had hired as a bodyguard, that the form she had been using so far was actually a version of the polymorph spell, and she'd been using it to keep her safe from the man that was after her, and hope he didn't see through the lie. It took some convincing, but Benjy ended up accepting her words, and that was the end of that. The next day, Fearne gathered with Rowan, Marie, and Benjy because she wanted to go shopping and get gifts for each of their companions, which led the group to traveling all over Bargetide into many different stores. It was by chance that while shopping in a bookstore, the group happened to meet Billz Fizzlenozzle, which was the gnome wizard that the Spire had asked them to steal a magic item from. He was surprisingly friendly, and after coming to the conclusion Marie was an awakened cat, no thanks to Rowan and Marie, was very interested in talking to her and finding out more information about it from her. He gave them a location and a name of someone to talk to gain access to the Hall of Wonders, and an extension, him. After the gnome left, Rowan, Marie, and Fearne realized they knew nothing about awakened animals, and bought the only book that may have some information on it so they might be able to bullshit Fizzlenozzle the next day. After shopping was completed, there was still a lot of the day left, and Rowan inquired about maybe going to the Sea Mother Temple to try and find more information about the gnarled hook letter that was signed with "The Serpent Protects," which he hypothesized perhaps dealt with the local religion. It was decided that Fearne and Benjy would go and read the book for more information, while Marie and Rowan would go to the temple. And with that, let's jump back into it.
Alright, Rowan will head towards the Serpent Mother Temple. Sea Mother, fuck me.
It's fine.
I mean, it's the same thing, right?
There's an intentional confusion sometimes.
Snake mommy.
I don't like the phrasing of that.
Oh my god.
But yeah, you go there. Benjy and Fearne go back to Rowan's clinic. Rowan, as you make your way there, you kind of do have to cross like one. What are like the kind of very much underneath it, like the getting. You've never been to Fulton Temple, but
yeah,
it's very much the a large skeleton of a large sort of probably one of the large sea monsters, more like serpentine sea monsters. That the sort of is built upon this kind of like this winding, twisting path that there's actually not anything else built on. It's very much like it's just sort of stairways kind of going up and like to this offset island with that cliffs, large cliffs on each all sides of it, around it, and kind of built up on the top of those cliffs. There's a large sort of temple that's built more out of stone, multiple stones, kind of like placed around, and it looks sort of near the center. Some of them seem to be very much like almost like more of a sort of a spire kind of like shape that is decorated with very much like a lot of like sort of greener looking stones that kind of give like this sort of jagged, almost similar to like a lot of barnacles, but like a natural kind of like look to it as it kind of, and it actually sort of, some of them, the way they reflect light, very pretty look. And as you approach, you kind of eventually the sort of staircase you're climbing kind of begins to spiral around that sort of like island and going down towards the bottom, to get to what actually around to the backside of it, down near the base, to get to much more almost like it's oddly serene sort of part of this area, especially in Bargetide, where you see some people dressed in kind of robes, various garbs and stuff like that, various different races, but all seeming like kind of very, very peaceful, and nice smaller boats kind of like being pulled in or like coming in from just various other like connecting islands or places offshore. You see some people kind of like going and placing like on various places outside will look to be like offerings and whatnot, and then a couple of people kind of filing inside towards like the inside of like the little dais parts of the small structure here. But you see as they kind of go through, it's almost more like just a elongated sort of archway or passageway that kind of leads to more stairs that kind of go up and twisting around up the island, up towards like the larger temple area.
Gotcha.
And nobody seems to be guarding that, so it does seem to be that part seems to be still open to the public. You're not exactly sure where the part that's open to the public ends and where the part that opens to the public begins. But you do see a fair amount of people here, actually.
Great.
Like probably more than you expected.
Oh, great. Okay. He will head in the public part with
This is all public. You're already there.
Oh,
You can continue heading up the stairs more to like further up where like the spire and the other like probably larger temple inside area is, if you want.
Yeah.
You can do things down here. Like there are things down here.
Well. Are there any? I'm assuming I don't know anything about the Sea Mother. So they have like priests and priestesses. Because I only know about the High Mother, right?
I've heard of some.
Okay.
These are like the High Priestess. Like there's always
Priestess.
stories just because she seems to be a bit more. Mainly from, actually, funny, you would have actually heard most of them from Shamar, and based on sort of his stories, he seemed like he almost had a crush on her. Potentially. But you do know that Shamar doesn't necessarily believe in the Sea Mother, but he has come here on occasions to, sort of
wiggle eyebrows.
more or less probably either sort of like, maybe just get a glance at her and sort of try to see if he can try his luck, but also you imagine some superstitious sort of things to it too.
I just fucking realized Rowan should have talked to Saida because she's part of the Daughters of the Mother. And that's the faction that Rowan, quote unquote, helps. Oh my fucking god.
Oops.
It's okay.
to literally.
You do know there is also like you do know
her.
there's also like other like another sort of quote unquote faction that is the basically you equate them probably more to the cultists of like the Serpent Mother, Sea Mother. You're not sure exactly the difference.
Yeah.
They always specify Serpent Mother when they talk, but you don't know fully the difference between them. There's like a lot of unintentional like similarities or intentional similarities or something.
Okay.
But yeah.
Hey Marie. Do you
Yeah.
happen to see anyone that like stands out as like maybe like a priest or priestess? Ron will also be looking as well.
Okay, Marie's gonna look. She has no idea what she's looking for, but
Rowan
Make
doesn't
a
know
perception
either.
and a religion check, Marie. And Rowan, you can just make a perception check.
18.
Make your religion check first, Marie.
19 religion.
Oh, you did. Okay.
How the fuck
Okay.
did that happen?
So looking around, you do see like somebody that seems like actually, they seem to be helping people and just helping somebody, and you're just kind of like, oh, they're, probably helping. They're just not very different. But then you see them kind of moving around, and they begin kind of helping more and more people, and very much like sort of like almost every time they nod and sort of part with them, you're gathering that they're sort of like somebody that is either works here, knows more about here, is helping here, something of the nature. Maybe a priest, definitely sort of a priestly behavior if you're at their temple. Rowan, you do not really notice. I mean, you notice a couple people like that seem like they might know a bit, but
She's going to pat his leg. Hey, look over there. She's gonna point at the guy.
Okay. All right. Yeah. That looks good. He'll head over to him.
you head up to him, and as you kind of do so, he sort of looks at you, kind of has a little bit of a smile, kind of arms crossed, a little bit kind of held in front of him. I don't believe I've seen you before. How can I help you?
Do you? This sounds like a really weird question now that I'm getting ready to say it.
I'm certain I've heard it before.
Do you work here? Sorry.
Works, not exactly the term I'd use, but I belong to the temple, yes.
Perfect. Sorry, that I don't know why, but for some reason that was just really funny when I was gonna say it. Fuck. Okay.
I mean, mainly because you don't, priests don't like really necessarily work for the
that's why
temple.
I was like, what am I saying? It's fine. Well, that's good. I don't know if you can help me or anything, but
I'm sure we can help you in one way or the other.
I mean, I've lived in Bargetide all my life, but I don't know anything about like this sea mother. He'll kind of like show his hand around.
And he like glances up at some of the imagery and sort of the temples. You'd be surprised how many people in Bargetide don't even care to try to learn. So, you're making a good first step.
I know some basic things, but
I'm
like,
assuming you don't know what day you came on.
what?
What you don't know what today is, do you?
I have no idea what today is.
It's the day of movement. Various different terms for it, but
The day of what?
the day of movement, the
Movement.
day of flow, various different terms and references. I like to keep it simple, especially for people that are newer.
And what's the day of movement for?
It's a bit of a ritual that we pay towards the Serpent offerings and patronage to it, and some of us hope to be a lucky chosen few. The High Priestess will be choosing them, well, probably in about, kind of like looks up to the sky, and he kind of looks down towards like just kind of the shadows along the ground. 30 minutes, about an hour, so you're welcome to stay for it. I recommend it.
What the chosen few for?
Well, hopefully chosen by the High Priestess, which means they're chosen by the Sea Mother. Picked, and their piety is tested. Most look forward to it, and look for a chance to do so. It's very, what's the word? Enlightening, I should say, perhaps. At the very least, interesting.
I mean, I suppose I can stay for it. I really want to learn more about this.
Of course,
Uh,
and I'd be more than happy to help you.
And what's your name?
Harold,
Uh, Errol. Nice to meet you.
you as well. Might I ask your name?
I'm Rowan.
Oh. And your pet's name?
Yeah, she's like, not a pet.
Kind of like leans back a little bit. Interesting.
She holds up her paw for him.
What is your name?
Elizabeth.
You roll a deception check.
Yeah.
So every time you lie to them, it's like, I mean, it's simple with a name, but it's not a super high DC. But yeah.
15.
Okay. Pleasure to meet you as well, Elizabeth. Are you looking to learn as well?
I'm here for moral support.
He also doesn't actually like take your hand or anything. He doesn't seem like, he kind of keeps his hands very much to himself a little bit, like not like closed in, but like just sort of in front of him, folded.
She's just going to hold her paw to her, like fold her paw to her chest, like she's just holding it over her chest, like she didn't even notice.
Yeah. But like, yeah, he's like holding his like left elbow and just sort of like gesturing with his left hand and everything when he does move his hand away to make hand gestures.
Obviously I'm trying to learn. So vernacular wise, I feel like I've heard people say instead of like the sea mother, the serpent mother. Is that like the same thing?
There's similarities drawn between it. Both beliefs have definitely a lot of similarities to it. The High Priestess herself actually hails from the Serpent Mother's Rest. So with that, there's definitely a lot more ties drawn to it. Really, though, the similarities, and if they are the same, it's not knowledge that even I know fully. I do believe that the High Priestess does. She doesn't share it with most people. Generally, only those chosen selected few, if then. But I personally like to believe that it is two separate viewpoints of the same religion.
So I'm assuming you worship both the Sea Mother and the Serpent Mother?
I worship the Sea Mother.
Sea Mother, okay.
The Serpent Mother is, their belief system, the structure that they built theirs on, seems to be a bit a bit more disruptive than what drew me to the Sea Mother.
I see. How do you feel about the High Priestess being tied to that?
She's given me no reason to believe that she's tied closely to that or believes in the same way that they do. If anything, she's proven time and time again the differences, I would say.
I see. Are you here often? That's probably a dumb
I do
question.
actually live here, yes.
Okay. So if I say I want to learn more, because obviously I'm just gonna kind of take in everything today since it's a holiday. I
guess that would be considered a holiday, yes. I don't know if I supposedly ever really thought about that though. Yes.
I
yes,
can
you
come
could
back.
come by, yes, and speak to me. Though I might not always be present. There are others here that you can talk to as well, if I'm not.
Are they all kind of dressed in this kind of garb?
Similar theme, at the very least.
Good to know.
There's not necessarily a strict dress code. A bit more loose, a bit more... going with the flow.
I see. Well, thank you so
You're
much.
gonna like smile a little bit wider. Is that, of course? And you will be staying for the...
Yeah,
Flow?
probably. Yeah. Why not? We're here.
Perfect. I look forward to seeing you then. I actually do need to head up there and help with some preparations.
Yeah, you have a good time.
And I hope you find and learn more about what you're looking for.
I'll just kind of nod.
Nods back and kind of like more like kind of bows back a little bit and towards you. Marie bows back as well.
Mm-hmm.
Like you'll enjoy.
Thank you.
Heads upstairs or heads to the sort of extended archway and begins. You kind of see him after a moment or two, you see him actually walking up the stairs because you can't see like the stairs past the archway.
Rowan is going to pick up Marie and like kind of carry her like like you would with a cat, so that way she's close to his face. And kind of move over to the side. These people are fucking crazy, Marie.
Yeah. They're fucking crazy.
Maybe I won't complain about you not supposedly being a cleric.
Wait.
Fearne doesn't seem like this though.
Why do you think I'm not a cleric?
I don't know many clerics. The only cleric I know is Fearne. And yet you and Fearne are very different,
We have different religions, Rowan.
Yeah, okay, whatever. I'm not gonna complain about it as long as you're not like this. Here,
Oh, I guarantee we're nothing like this.
So I think the plan is we stay and watch who's chosen, so that way I can see who they are.
Okay.
Then we leave, and then later, because I don't know what being fucking chosen means or anything, but he said that they get to speak to the high priestess, so maybe I'll be able to talk. I could grab one afterwards and just maybe be like, hey, maybe can I give you gold and you can ask what the difference between the serpent mother and the sea mother is,
Okay.
Does that sound like does that sound crazy?
I don't think they're gonna let you pay them off like that, Rowan.
I know, but if I know who they are, then at least I can start somewhere. Maybe I can do the whole thing where it's like, I want to learn more about this, which isn't really a lie, because I am, but not for that.
I honestly think that's a way better idea than paying them off.
Okay, yeah, alright, perfect. So I guess we just wait for whatever this fucking thing is.
Okay, yes.
I kinda wish we would have brought Fearne, to be honest.
Kinda wish we brought her now.
I mean, does she know anything about this religion?
I don't know, but she knows about fucking religion. She could probably tell me if this is crazy or not.
I don't really know if a crazy cult's really any of our wheelhouses.
Actually, quick question, God. How long is the walk from the clinic to here?
It probably would take longer than the
Okay, cool.
half an hour to an hour.
That's fine. Alright. Well, never mind. It's fine. Let's just wait. See what the fuck happens. At least I'm not, I can say I'm definitely not doing anything weird. I'm just trying to get some information. So Saida can't be mad about that.
Oh my god.
It's like, I'm just going to a temple. You can't. Are you gonna stop me from going and worshipping my belief, Saida?
On a holiday?
On a beautiful holiday. You're
Yeah.
He's going to he'll stay near like one of the edges, kinda, and wait.
Yeah. So as you're gonna go inside, the temple inside is actually very much decorated like how you actually would imagine it, like with all the stones outside made it up, and it, like a lot of them are actually kind of reflecting, sort of give like the very top of the spire, and multiple holes kind of let sunlight in, so it gives it like this kind of glow inside, along with that also kind of reflects off of the green stones. It kind of gives not a terribly like green hue to everything, but just a slightly kind of like green hue along with the sort of rays of sunlight shining down. The bottom, closest, like at the very bottom, is a lot of the same kind of stones carved out kind of all around in a very large chamber-esque area. And at the far end from where you enter, there is another set of very nicely ornate doors. With the doors themselves have like tentacles and sort of like very much waves, flowing waves and tentacles kind of all wrapping around each other and across both doors, and very symmetrically as they do kind of cross over, like one tentacle crosses over the door and kind of twists and winds up with the other ones from the other side, and then that side crosses over. But there's a lot of people in here, and sort of like all of them are kind of circled around, kind of keeping the sort of a good 15-20 foot distance away from that door in like sort of a circle. As it's pretty sizable. In total, there's probably there's maybe a couple hundred people in here or so.
Oh Jesus
And
Christ.
some of them you were definitely looking at like and seeing like just kind of noticing with just your passive perception, like they don't. Some of them seem like they might be from not Bargetide. Like some people might have come here from like other continents for like this sort of thing.
Oh my God.
Just sort of like the sort of the clothing and things that they're wearing. So obviously it's not a bigger belief in other continents, but still
Yeah.
a belief is a belief, and worshippers will make pilgrimages
Got you.
on like the holidays. But as you guys, everybody kind of like, some people are like crouching, some people are like especially like near the front, some people are like kind of sitting down and kind of waiting, talking to each other. There's kind of a constant sort of echo kind of across the kind of in this large open hall area. You do kind of hear as well. It seems to like with the way it's positioned, sort of centrally upwards, you do hear like the waves kind of constantly crashing and the water hitting against the cliffs, that very bottom of all this. Even over, kind of reverberating and echoing off of these, maybe the stones or whatever these stones are that this place is made out of. It's constantly sort of like a background noise that's not really making it hard to hear anybody, but it's definitely like you can still always hear that.
I see.
After
Okay,
a little bit,
cool.
as you guys are kind of like waiting there, eventually Errol does kind of show up again, kind of greets you guys, and kind of walks up near you all and is like, I'll be honest, I wasn't 100% sure that you were actually going to stay. Some people say they will and don't, but I'm happy that you did.
Yeah, definitely very interested to watch,
Figured it found any more answers to anything else you were looking for? Or anything questions I can answer?
I'm not really sure what I'm looking for yet. I'm hoping maybe watching the ceremony might, at least lead me to more questions.
Nothing I can answer at the moment, then?
Not that I can think of. My mind's a little blown right now, to be honest.
No. A lot of people don't think that something this beautiful or magnificent can be so close to. Kind of looks out the doors. You can't see Bargetide from here, and Bargetide's like not necessarily like a sort of distance. It definitely has its own sort of appeal and kind of
Yeah.
it has its own appeal to it, but it's definitely like not a beautiful city. Nobody would be like, it's a beautiful city. It's very pretty. Nobody would say that. But he kind of looks at the doors towards it, and says, people would think that we would have something so beautiful or magnificent to be so close to somewhere like that.
Yeah, no, definitely. This doesn't look like it belongs here, for sure. I mean, other than like the ocean theme, but not. Yeah,
It definitely
Bargetide.
does fit the theme of Bargetide still, and some of the things are borrowed, especially closer nearby. As you did notice as you were kind of approaching here, some of the buildings like closer nearby, going towards this place, did start to take on a little bit of this theme. Not this with the greener stones, but like the sort of stone kind of worked buildings.
Gotcha.
But it was sparse, just sort of like it was almost like a lead up, a prelude to this temple. Just the believers and whatnot of this might build houses like that closer to the temple.
Gotcha. So when does this start? How does it? I'm assuming the high priestess comes out and gives us all a speech.
No, she's not really one for speeches.
What does she do then?
I couldn't honestly tell you. I've actually never been chosen.
Wait, so the
So-
high priestess just doesn't come out here?
Oh, she will, and she'll select a couple, some people, from the crowd. There's been last year actually. She didn't select anybody. It was very curious, and a little disappointing for many of us, but we trust her judgment with it. And the people that she chooses, it varies. But
Interesting.
we won't really know how long it lasts until she chooses the last person.
All right. Well, I suppose we wait. Seems like everyone else is kind of just waiting as well.
She sort of like looks around and nods. Right, yeah. If I can answer any questions for you, please let me know.
What got you, interested in the sea mother? I mean, you don't have to answer. So
No,
I'm making
I'm
small talk.
perfectly fine with answering. I'm just considering how to phrase it, I suppose. Even for the time, it's still a weird question to answer sometimes. I think what drew me in was the freedom it offered. Not really to be tied down to any one place or thing. Anything really, I suppose. I was definitely at a time of my life when I found them that I did feel a lot of the stress of being tied down. Perhaps both literally and physically. But I was in this of a strange situation, and I don't necessarily say I found myself spoke to. She didn't speak to me, and I didn't necessarily feel called, I guess. But I think something, perhaps fate, something else, drew me towards the temple here, and the various people, and started to learn a bit more. I was skeptical at first, very, very skeptical. But over time, I grew to learn a bit more, and sort of discovered a bit of the freedom that it gave me, both physically and mentally. It was liberating, to say the least. And I don't know where I'd be if I didn't stumble upon this temple and so many people here. Probably not much worse place, I imagine. But what keeps me staying and keeps me here, I suppose, is the freedom.
I see. I assume your goal's to be chosen one day.
I wouldn't really call that a goal. I don't place too much stock in something that's more or less kind of luck.
I see.
I hope I am, certainly.
Does High Priestess just kind of like draw a card, or?
I'm not exactly sure how she chooses, to be fair. All I know is that she comes out and she chooses. I've never really bothered to ask, though. If you have a chance, you can maybe ask her when she's free. She's very busy a lot of times. But I hope to be chosen, sure, and prove my piety. But my main goal, I think, is to hope other people see that sort of freedom.
I see. Interesting.
It's liberating, but not really something you can force on somebody.
No.
Sorry, I'm not really good at conversations or really knowing what I want. Well, that's really a lie. That's a lie, but it's fine. Rowan's gonna roll with it. So, yeah. I'll just kind of go in quiet silence while watching people around.
Marie's just gonna stare at this gorgeous, gorgeous man.
There's a couple more moments pass, and he'll make just kind of idle conversation a little bit, nothing asking, nothing probing or anything, but just kind of talking. Before sort of a hush kind of falls over the room, and you kind of like, as you do so, you just kind of look forward, and you see just sort of like this in front of you. You see a very large woman kind of stepping out from the door, kind of followed and flanked by two other what look to be, as he said, not the same like uniform. There's no uniform, but like same sort of theme with their clothing as Harold. So them kind of come out. One of them holding a large kind of sensor, kind of the chain wrapped around one arm, and the other one kind of holding the censer up in front of them as they kind of sway it slightly in a circular pattern. As the smoke kind of begins to drift a little bit around and kind of falls to the ground and begins, not dissipating, but kind of almost begins to fall and just sort of move across the ground along your feet. And Marie, it doesn't come up very high. It comes up maybe it's like Marie to your waist at the most.
Mm-hmm.
And you can still kind of it's not clouding a lot. You can still see through it.
Which I was gonna say right now, I think Rowan is still holding Marie.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well then, if you put her down, it wouldn't come up to her
Okay,
waist.
yeah, sorry.
No, you're good. But
Makes it easier to talk secrets if she's right next to my face.
but you you see him kind of holding the sensor and kind of moving it around, and as it sort of fills the area, and you kind of like everybody just else is dead quiet. You see the other person that walks out has a large like robe or towel or something that just kind of almost touches the floor, but they're holding it up just enough as it's draped over their arms to not do so. They're kind of like they're just very resolute, kind of standing there. You see this larger woman kind of walking forward. You see as she's walking out, like holding and kind of in one arm, kind of resting against her shoulder, this large sort of you call it just like a large idol. With very much like sort of like serpentine sea-esque and tentacle like runes and like carved into it. And you would call it like an almost idol if the bottom didn't have like a handle to it, almost like just a simple handle, very much like a cannibal. But the handle itself is even kind of carved and almost like it's meant to be like just carried there and whatnot. And she sort of turns it and like lets it hit the ground, and the loud just sort of clang echo out across the chamber. And everybody's still just deathly quiet, and you just sort of hear it echo and kind of hit the walls, and before kind of like as it seems to hit some of the stones, it sort of reverberates even a little bit, like very strangely so, to kind of create these vibrations kind of through the room before they kind of slowly die down. You see she kind of like holding it, kind of propping her hand up on top of it, sort of like looking around the room. And you notice she's sort of like wearing like almost sort of golden trimmed in some places, but kind of a dark green vest that's sort of like some sort of leather that kind of is covering it. No sleeves, but like you can tell very darker skinned, very muscular. Yeah, very, very, like I said, large both like physically and like also like stature. And sort of as the sort of not essentially a belt, but like more golden trimming that kind of works as a belt, as another sort of a very darker green, almost sort of darker sort of sea green colored like skirt, dress, whatever you want to call it, kind of comes down along almost to the ground for her, and kind of on both sides, the left side getting a little bit shorter, just kind of as it kind of like angled downwards. You see her hair is kind of braided up and sort of almost like dreads and braided kind of up and pulled back mostly, with a couple of them just hanging kind of down from the front. She seems to kind of like scan and look over the room. Looks at the people in the front, and you have like a clear view. The way this room is set up is like you can't really tell an angle, but it might have like a slight angle, just the fact that you can see everybody just clearly. You can see across like the head of everybody else, especially it helps with the people in the front being crouched down a little bit more. But you see her sort of like looking around, where she sort of raises a hand and just kind of points towards the person. That person kind of like looks around, looks at her, before kind of like standing up quickly and kind of making their way, like, not necessarily running, but quickly towards her and just sort of stopping right in front. She sort of just nods and steps to the side, gestures through the door. Yeah, like the guy kind of like looks to be like a half-elven man with sort of blonder hair, not necessarily like out of shape, but not necessarily probably in shape. Looks back to some people that you imagine maybe might be his friends, like a couple other guys. Just kind of waves to them and kind of turns and like looks at her, and she's just like straight faced looking at him. She just kind of like nods, still smiling, and goes to the door. And kind of as you look past the door, you can't. It very much darkens very quickly past there. Like it's not. It probably intentionally not lit very much back there. And as she does so, she turns, hoists the club back up on her shoulder, or the cannibal, whatever you want to call it, idol, up on her shoulder again. And walks to the door. And a moment later, as she does so, the door's kind of closed. The censer bearer and the one kind of holding the robe slash Hal still standing there. There's still sort of a hush over the room. But as she kind of exits, there's a very quiet murmurs begin to pick up over the crowd again.
He's whispering to Marie. What the fuck just happened?
I mean, I think she's getting more. Right?
Ron will just kind of look forward because he doesn't know what to fucking say.
More moments pass, minutes, 5 minutes, 10, 15, 20.
Oh my god. Is this man dead?
Before the gosh kind of falls over the crowd again. You see her priestess kind of walk out. Very much same pattern as she did last time. Moves the idol to the ground, sets it down, places her hand on it, looks around the room. Looks off to her left and kind of points. You see her point to looks to be a tiefling woman. A bit more purplish hue. Horns kind of curling up almost back around her ears. She kind of like quickly stands up and goes like this time essentially running forward. And she kind of like gets to her, like you see the priestess sort of push out her hand and immediately just like the lady just hit a brick wall, just kind of stop. And the priestess is not even like budging at all. Just kind of holds her, stops her from like rushing forward. Raises her hand and just shakes her head, points back to the spot that she was. But you can't do. You already pointed, and you immediately just sort of like the idol just kind of not lift from the ground, but just her hand on the idol and moving the idol sideways just kind of hit her in the gut, and she immediately kind of keels over a little bit, like the wind was just knocked out of her, not causing like any serious harm, but like definitely like shutting her up. And then you see her just like lift her head again, and points back to the spot that she was at. The tiefling just like nods and moves back. You see her point again, points to a female dragonborn. As she kind of stands up, you see like the woman sort of has a robe, nicer, a little bit maybe of a nicer robe. I mean, better than Bargetide, maybe not like noble or anything of that nature. But she kind of comes up. You see, she's a white dragonborn. But as she comes up, you notice like her right arm is fully kind of like this sort of blackish green, looking very like unhealthy, and it looks like she's not able to like lift it very much. Without a closer inspection, you can't exactly tell, but there's something that has sort of damaged her arm. You can gather it's some sort of, based on the look of it, like maybe some poison acid or some necrotic spell or something that has damaged her arm to the point where it is hard, painful, or impossible for her to use it. You're not sure 100%. You see her kind of like hesitantly kind of stand up and kind of like thinking almost like somebody's pointing to somebody else, and kind of like look around to like others, and as the priestess's point kind of like moves slightly to keep pointing at her, like very much like sort of without words saying yes you. So the little lady kind of like just hesitantly, like not rushing or anything, just sort of hesitantly kind of moves forward and sort of like goes to stand in front of her. See the priestess kind of like look down at her, or kind of stepping to the side and gesturing towards the door again. And the girl kind of like glances out, not towards anybody specifically, just kind of like over the crowd. It doesn't seem like she was actually there with somebody, but just sort of like glances out over towards everybody before just kind of like looking to the priestess, nodding, and then going to the door. And then the priestess follows, doors close. And after a moment, kind of a faint murmur begins to pick up over the crowd again. The censor bearing one still standing there. The censor, after a moment or two of this time, he does lift up the censor, kind of undoes it, places a couple of, probably some more incense in there, and casts a simple spell, probably prestidigitation you imagine, or something of that nature, to just quickly light it before closing the censor again, and kind of going back to the same pattern that he was doing. Just let it circle. As the smoke kind of picks up a little bit again around your guys' speed. I guess with that, Harold would kind of glance you.
Yeah, can we talk now?
we can. I don't think we can. I think technically we can talk when she's here too, but there's a bit of a stigma against it.
Gotcha. Okay, so when the priest is
It's-
out, don't talk. Got that.
Well, for this at least. I'm not sure why it was here before I was joined.
What happens to like the people? Do they just kind of go out the other side?
He kind of shrugs. I've never
Okay.
been chosen.
Okay. All right.
I see some of them again, so I don't know if they come back out at a later time. But
All right. Well,
there's some of them that I have not seen again. I don't know. That could be purely coincidence. I don't exactly know what happens.
I see. Rowan will go quiet again, but kind of just look down at Marie with like a, what is happening?
Marie's just kind of like looking. You know, whenever you like look at a dog and you can like see the whites of their eyes, and they kind of look like, oh, I don't know. She's doing that like very same thing.
Harold kind of looks at you. No, next time she comes out, generally it's the last. She never chooses more than 2. But be generally, we stay because shrugs. It's a tradition, I suppose. But we'll be finishing up soon. So if you are getting antsy, then do not worry. More time passes. It's time 5, 10, 15, 20. Actually, 30 minutes pass. Another 30 minutes pass. Before the doors open, and the priestess walks out. Just the priestess. Same motion. Comes forward, kind of swings the idol down, sets it down on the ground, places her hand on it. And the door opens, the hush fell over the room. And as she does so, she begins looking over the room again. You see the censer-bearing priest begin to kind of move forward, so they're making wider arcs, and you see the one that was carrying the cloth kind of move forward and sort of unfold her hands, kind of folding the cloth in a very specific pattern. You hear, again, a sort of faint murmur kind of coming over the crowd as it gets a little bit louder, as people seem to relax a little bit more, before you just hear a very loud clang as the priestess lifts up the idol and slams it into the ground. And everybody just goes silent. Harold looks kind of surprised. The priestess with the censer kind of staggers back and is causing the censer to kind of wobble off kilter. The one that was kind of making the fold sort of almost drops part of it and kind of like looks. You see the priestess kind of looking straight up, looking directly towards you, Rowan,
Oh.
and pointing towards you.
Called it. I called it. Rowan's getting sacrificed.
Wait, Rowan's gonna look with kind of big eyes over to Harold.
Harold's already looking at you, like sort of in shock.
Marie's looking at Priestess Lady and Rowan, like back and forth.
I think you're a special exception.
Is she looking at you?
I think she's looking at. I think she's looking at you, Rowan. Should we run? What happens if we run?
I don't think I'm gonna be able to get answers if we run.
Oh fuck.
He's kind of whispering to Marie at this point.
As you guys are waiting there for longer, you begin to hear sort of whispers, silent murmurs kind of around the people, the crowd.
Okay.
Very quiet, but
He's gonna glance at Harold one last time to see if he's gonna say anything. Like, yeah, this is a joke.
Harold just kind of like glances from you to the priestess. He's not getting any answers from you. He doesn't know.
God, okay.
He's like in shock as well. He doesn't. He's glancing from you like towards the priestess of like just sort of like a
You should go talk to her. I don't know what's going on.
Rowan will slowly make his way up towards the priestess. Marie is still in his arms, I'm pretty sure. I don't think he put her down yet.
Okay. You walk up, and she kind of lowers her hand as you seem to, be walking towards her now. But she's still just standing there, watching you as you approach. And then everybody is watching you as you approach. And the room as you begin walking, the room kind of does fall quiet again. Every now and again, like to left and right within the crowd, you just hear like a very faint, just whisper and some people talking to each other. But otherwise, it's quiet as you walk forward.
Oh my god, this is Rowan is probably visibly starting to sweat a little on his brow. This is not his cup of tea. Holy shit.
Marie is just staring at this priestess lady with big eyes, but her inner monologue is just, oh shit, oh fuck, ah damn.
As Rowan gets closer to the priestess, he's gonna just, do I go up there? This is very new to me.
What do you mean up there?
I'm assuming the room where everyone else went in.
Yeah, it's not stairs. It's kind of straight away. But yeah, she kind of looks without talking. Just sort of looks to you, looks to the cat, and back to you. Like tilts her head sideways as though basically saying just kind of get rid of it.
He's just gonna go fuck under his breath, and he'll just whisper, "I need answers, Marie," while he puts her down.
She's gonna kind of tap his leg with one paw, and then this just gonna bolt into the crowd. On all fours.
And Rowan will walk back into that room where he saw everyone else going into.
You walk past the priestess. You walk past her through the doorway. Marie, what you're seeing from looking from the crowd into this dark. I mean, there's not really light. You can't see the lights past there, so it's basically just kind of black as it is. You go past the doorway. You see Rowan walk his way past there, and the priestess very soon following after. Her frame sort of much larger than his, very blocking him out, and eventually you see the doors close as they both disappear sort of into the darkness back there.
No. Was she able to see into the entrance past the door?
No.
Damn it.
I mean, a little bit, but walls, it's
Yeah, I guess my question is, would I be able to dimension door on the other side of those doors?
You could certainly try.
Okay. She's going to cast Pass Without a Trace on her just to give her a bigger stealth boost. And then she's going to wait a little bit and then is going to cast Dimension Door to get in the inside.
As you begin to start to cast Pass Without a Trace, somebody kind of looks to you and sort of grabs your paw, sort of curiously kind of raises a brow at you. Just you see a couple other people kind of looking at you weirdly too, because it's a Pass Without a Trace is a verbal, semantic, and material component, and you are casting a spell.
No, she's hoping this crowd would be too distracted to look at her.
Well, some of them might have been, but.
Yes, very nice to meet you. Please let go of my hand.
You see him glance, just a couple murmur around. It's what's that cat talk? What's going on? What are they doing? You see the one kind of let go of your hand, but it's what are you doing?
What are you doing?
It's trying to attend a ceremony.
Cool.
Something for my religion.
Cool.
What are you doing?
I mean, she's gonna run.
Okay. They don't stop you.
Okay.
They just kind of look at you as you bolt and just look a little weird, look a little oddly at you. You see one past Harold who's kind of glances down to you and just raises his brow, doesn't follow you.
Are there any bushes outside Like nearby?
Not really outside. It's just kind of stairs going down.
Yeah, I mean like outside of the crowd.
No, the crowd. It's inside. The crowd's inside.
Okay.
And then as you get outside of the door, like the main sort of hallway area, you get to where basically this kind of this stairs lead up to here, and there's not really people along there. Anybody that was kind of coming for the ceremony came, and there's no like late stragglers. It's already over technically.
Okay. She's gonna find somewhere a little bit where she can like hide and try and cast Pass Without a Trace again without.
Okay. I mean, you roll a stealth check.
Okay.
Not with Pass Without a Trace. 22? Okay. All right. Yeah, you can cast it.
All right. So she's casting that, and then. All right. She's going to try and. I'm looking at Dimension Door right now, and it just has a verbal component. How far away is the entrance of the temple from where she's at?
You mean where Rowan went through that doorway?
Yeah.
It's probably no more than. I'd say it's within the range of Dimension Door if that's what you're trying to do.
Okay. Yeah, she's gonna try to Dimension Door inside.
How far in?
Just inside the entrance.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me another stealth check.
Guess that'd be a 32.
Okay. Teleport into the dark hallway. Sudden shut up.
Is it just like a long hallway, like no paths leading off of it?
What you can see right now, yeah.
She's just gonna creep down the hallway and try to listen to hear if she hears any voices or not.
Seems very quiet. There's constantly like sort of a flow of water that you hear,
Mm-hmm.
kind of going throughout the temple. It does get it. You can vaguely hear it out in the main area, but it definitely is like louder in here. As you kind of walk down the hallway, it kind of splits into a T path going left and right. And Rowan, for the record, this is what you have seen as well, obviously.
Okay. Damn. Is there like anything like significantly like different on either side of the path, or?
Nothing that you can see.
All right. And she can't hear anything. It's just the water still.
Yeah, you don't really hear any voices.
She's going to hesitantly go left.
Okay. So you go left. You get to the point where you can see kind of from where you're at. You see 4 doors, 2 on either side.
Damn.
I say doors more. Some of them are just frames. 2 of them have doors in them. The ones on the left side have doors in the frames, and the other ones are just kind of archways on the right hand side.
She's gonna kind of sit down and she's gonna cast Sending to Rowan.
Okay.
Rowan, very quick. Give me the directions to wherever you are right now, please. Thank you.
Rowan, you do not get a message.
Shit.
Oh shit.
You do spend the spell slot, however, so do.
I will.
Yeah.
She's going to wait for a long, like, a minute, and then she's going to be like, well, fuck. She's gonna try going, like, turning back and going down the other path now.
As you. So you're not doing anything on this side?
She's just seeing if there's anything different on the other side first, because there's a lot of doors to go through.
As you turn back and go back to where the sort of the hallway split, the T section, you see there's a figure standing there. Not the priestess, and not anybody that's outside, you don't think, but somebody wearing this sort of like a little bit longer, like kind of skirt-like garb, with sort of a wrap that kind of comes up and around sideways, like diagonally, kind of across their body. And you see that their face is mostly kind of wrapped as well, though they do have sort of the eyes and nose free, and do seem to look towards you.
Oh no. And they're like in between her and the other path. They're like behind her, kind of.
They're between, yeah, they're at the like intersection sort of place that you split off from there. You're not supposed to be here.
Shit.
You're not supposed to talk, too.
She's going to turn around and bolt into the furthest archway without a door.
It's a little bit of ways down, but so yeah, so you turn and bolt back towards that direction.
Uh-huh.
Where are you going? You kind of like hear that in the distance as you begin to hear kind of footsteps now coming down the hallway. They begin to kind of walk with a pace. It's not running, but they do seem to be walking with intent to, moving faster towards you.
She's gonna run.
Okay, which one are you going to? What are you going into?
The one that's further away.
So the furthest right one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. As you turn and go into that one, you see a circular. Well, it's another hallway for a bit, but it kind of leads into a circular style room. I swear the hallway it has it seemed like it had a curve to it as well.
Okay.
But it is a circular style room with. In this one, there is 6 cauldrons, sort of look like they're made out of like very large shells or something of nature, sort of on the ground and sort of in the walls a little bit. The floor here as well is kind of decorated with shells, kind of in a spiral pattern around it.
Okay.
Or at least looks like it's decorated with shells, very like multiple like. It looks like there's multiple little shells kind of going around in the spiral pattern around the room, and there's sort of kind of above each cauldron or in between the cauldrons there's a sort of a faint sort of a lamp, a light, sort of faint, sort of more bluish kind of green glow that is lighting up the room.
With the cauldrons set in the wall, she couldn't like hide behind them, right?
I mean, you could try sort of. You'd have to kind of like squeeze because like, I mean they're not like square, so they're not like just the back end's not like fully flush, but you could try.
She's going to try to like squeeze in there and like hide, because I imagine the cauldrons have stuff in it, right?
You don't know.
Oh shit, she's not. Yeah, she's gonna try and squeeze behind one of those cauldrons and hide.
Okay, go ahead and roll a stealth check.
So 34.
Okay. As you go down this hallway into his room, you kind of try to hide and kind of get yourself behind one of the cauldrons, hiding yourself from where the entryway is to this room. You hear the footsteps begin to approach down the hallway. You're not to a point where, like, if you look, you're probably gonna get seen. So you kind of just listen and wait. And you hear the footsteps kind of just pacing around the room, kind of slow down as they get in here. So you hear him talking. This wouldn't be as big of a problem if you didn't run.
She's staying as quiet as she possibly can.
The footsteps slowly kind of slow to a walk. And you kind of see, like, eventually they get to a point where you can see the feet. You see them stop. But you still hear what sound like footsteps.
Ugh.
And you kind of realize they're not exactly footsteps. They're more just like something hitting the tiling or shells or whatnot. It's kind of moving.
Oh, she doesn't like that.
And eventually you see like a sort of a multicolored sort of like reds or like green, blues, and sort of and whites, sort of a claw reach around the cauldron, and the cauldron begins to slowly move aside that you're hiding behind.
No.
As what you're looking at is essentially looks to be like this very large, almost kind of undersea dwelling creature with like sort of like large bulbous eyes and kind of antennas above it. It looks very like equivalent would be very much like sort of like a mantis shrimp, but large. Sort of like looking at you. You see it almost does have like sort of this spectral kind of look to it every now and again as it kind of flickers. So it's not. Oh no! You're gathering that it's not real necessarily. It's real enough to interact with stuff, but it's not like actually like a an actual mantis shrimp this size. It's like some sort of magic. You see the man turn to kind of look towards you and sort of walk over. Right. Well, let's take care of you, I suppose. And kind of quickly the mantis shrimp, like, you can roll a dexterity saving throw if you would like.
I would love to.
If you would like.
Oh
Roll
my
at a
god.
disadvantage.
Oh, okay. Oh, great.
Oh.
You are suddenly like in a flash, and you kind of hear like after you're kind of already dangling there, you hear like this snap
Mm-hmm.
as like this creature like lashed its arm out towards you, grabbed you by like the sort of the scruff in the back of your collar,
Mm-hmm.
and kind of lifted you in the air. And you hear like the snap kind of after that's already happened. Just the speed that it moved at, or its arm moved at to do so.
My
It
gosh.
kind of picks you up, and you see the man kind of like lean down a little bit. All right, this way. And begins walking, and you being carried back out of this room,
No.
and he begins kind of leading this creature towards elsewhere.
God.
Rowan, you went down the right path. At the T intersection. And then very quickly actually went down another sort of left path and began kind of going down what felt like going down a decline. There's no stairs, but it just felt like a decline because as you kind of got in here at the intersection, the priestess kind of just without even question kind of walked past you and began sort of leading, knowing that you don't know where you're going.
Okay.
And is now kind of leading you down. It seems like it might be curving slightly and going down. You can't tell if it's exactly curving, but it is going down for a decent bit. It's as well dark in here. It's well, not dark, dim. As things here are kind of lit by these sort of similar bluish, greenish sort of lights that are kind of lamps that are kind of hanging up from the ceiling. The floor flattens out again and kind of leads you down a hallway. You just kind of see on both the left and right there's a door, and then continuing forward there is a hallway opens up into another what seems to be a room. You can tell there's a light from there. As you walk past the door on the left and right, you see basically they're not like prison doors, but they do have sort of like gratings on them to where you can see through them. Well, do you look in the left or right one? You really only able to get one. Look into one as you pass by.
Rowan will look in the left one as he passes by.
As you look in the left one, you see a vacant room. Nothing in there.
Of course.
It looks pretty empty. There's a sort of a chair in there in the corner. The room otherwise is lit, and it's decent size, but it is vacant. There's nothing else really in there of note. As you walk past the ground, you feel the ground kind of change as you kind of get less of a smooth sort of cobblestone and whatever materials was being used for the ground, and it gets more uneven. Multiple like bumps, like this one actually might be shells or rocks or things of that nature, but also wet, as there's like a layer of water about maybe 1 inch, 2 inches deep that you begin to kind of walk through, and you see the priestess just not walking forward. She leads you into the other room that has the same sort of floor, in a very large sort of circularish like room. As you kind of look around, multiple sort of protrusions every now and again, kind of like small rings around the room. As you kind of like you look at it, and you kind of think and remembering some stories that you heard. It's almost like the room seems very much like it's sort of shaped like the fanged mouth of a enormous sea creature, and these sort of like protrusions kind of coming out they might actually be teeth.
Oh my god.
Just sort of all around in kind of like multiple rows of it every now and again. As she moves to the center, the inner rows do not have those sort of protrusions. You sort of kind of look around, and this room does have a more greenish blue glow to it. It's kind of sort of similar to what the rest of the lights were. However, there's no lamps or anything here. The glow from this room and the lighting from this room seems to come from the water and from all the shells, rocks, decoration, the teeth, and all that sort of like underneath the water. Something is just sort of like the water itself is just glowing, and which does let you. It's clear, so it does let you see like there are various like shells, and rocks and things sort of set up, and teeth of large creatures sea creatures that are sort of decorating this room, creating this floor.
That's a little eerie. Okay.
And as she approaches to the center of the room, he goes a little bit past the center and turns towards you, kind of swings the idol down and sets it down in the water with like a splash that kind of comes up and gets your pants wet and everything. She just stands there though and looks to you and waits. So you're kind of dragging behind a little bit, just watching it.
Oh, okay. Oh my god, okay. Like, does it seem like she's telling him to get in the water, or just waiting for him?
There's not really anywhere you can get in the water. It seems like she's waiting.
Okay, that's cool.
The water doesn't come up like maybe 2 inches, really, up.
Okay.
The floor, and you don't see like anywhere else like you could go into the water.
Well, he'll keep moving towards her.
To move to the sort of center of the room, basically kind of just a little bit away from her, like a couple feet away from her. See her kind of looking down towards you, and just watching you.
So now what?
She sort of like pulls her shoulders back a little bit, still kind of looking down at you. You will be tested.
For what? If I might ask.
He just looks you back and forth for a moment. You do not flow with the current that Yerosebastica has created for all of us.
Who?
You see her kind of like just twist and kind of tilt the idol a little bit, and you kind of gather almost as like that's just basically kind of that's their god, that is like a name that they have or something.
Sepastica. Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna spell
Right,
it, but I realized like,
you.
I kind of when I made this, and when I was remembering it again for this game, I knew that you were going to butcher it, and
Hey,
I'm not changing
don't worry.
it though. So
That's what I'm here for, is just to butcher names. Sepastica.
Yerosebastica.
Oh, Jesus. Okay.
Wow.
Eurosebastica. Not. I
Euro.
got the back half, though. Okay. So.
You're saying Sepastica.
Yeah.
It's not pasta.
Sapastica.
Anyways, that's what she says, or that's how kind of she responds. It's just kind of like you're getting that, like, maybe they call it Sea Mother, maybe they call it this, maybe it might be something of this sort of religion, of their beliefs.
Okay. So what exactly does that mean?
I don't know. That's for you to tell me. That's for you to decide.
This is the first time I've ever been here.
It does not matter.
Well, while we're here, can you tell me, is there like a difference between the Serpent Mother and the Sea Mother?
Like lifts the idol and lets it gently lets it kind of slam against the ground again, splashing slightly as you kind of interrupting you almost. You don't flow with their current, but you don't have one of your own. You are drifting.
Okay.
Are you?
I just don't know.
Then perhaps we find out.
Alright. Sure. So what do we do?
See, as he kind of say sure, is like you have to say the next part. You see her lifting the idol and bringing it forward to swing it down at you. You can make a dexterity saving throw.
Okay.
What the fuck, man?
Time to die.
17.
Okay, 17. You kind of slams down in front of the water. Like, actually, as you look at it, kind of look, it wasn't going to hit you. It kind of slams right in front of you. Kind of takes a step back though, and she kind of takes a step forward, grabs your shoulder and just shoves you backwards.
Oh my fucking god.
Get fucked.
I need you to make a strength saving throw.
Okay. God bless my belt. 12.
Oh my god.
You get kind of like as she does so and shoves you, you fall like backwards into the water onto your ass. And kind of like looking up at her, and she's sort of see her hoisting the idol kind of up in not on her shoulder but up into her other hand. She sort of takes a couple steps forward towards you. The first lesson, the first test, is motion. So
you're just gonna swing at
she's
me?
gonna goes to swing at you again and see immediately talk. Let's make a. Well, I mean, what are you doing?
Fuck. Trying to move, probably roll out of the way.
Okay. Make just a acrobatics check.
Oh, great.
This is probably the same thing as your dexterity saving throw.
Oh, 20.
You kind of roll out of the way. Yeah. As you do so, as it kind of slams down right where you were, actually. And as it kind of does, you see her just sort of turn with it, and sort of spinning around and swinging it back around over at you again. You see this time though, it doesn't. It's not just this sort of large club-like thing. You see like these spectral sort of claws and tentacles kind of coming out of it that are kind of lashing towards you, getting a little extra reach, and potentially something else you don't know. You don't know if they're actually gonna hurt you. You don't know anything, but coming towards you. What do you do?
What, so it's coming down again?
Yeah, she's kind of like in a kind of using the momentum of the motion to sort of bring that back around. So now you see like those parts of it.
Okay, he's gonna try and roll out again and then get back to his feet.
Okay, make another acrobatics check.
Okay. 13.
I will allow you. What's your strength modifier? I'll allow you to make an athletics if you wish, if you would like. Or do we
Plus
can,
5.
I think she's the same roll. Plus 5.
Yeah.
So
be
13, 17.
Well,
Yeah.
Plus 4. Yeah, 17. I can't do math.
As you do so, you kind of like turn to the side and kind of quickly pushing yourself backwards and then back upward. Now you're kind of mostly like just wet. It kind of slammed down. You see where the tendrils and the sort of claws kind of recoil and splash down. They do splash up at you. So you see they are physical enough to hurt you, probably.
Oh god.
So you're kind of bring it back around and kind of move to swipe you in the side and kind of bringing it horizontally towards you. With each one just taking a step or two forward towards you as she's doing so.
Okay. So he's gonna kind of grit out. Am I supposed to fight back? As he once again is trying to move out of the way.
Okay. Make a dexterity saving throw.
A 4.
Okay. Take 12 bludgeoning damage.
Fuck.
As it kind of hits you in the side and kind of sends you over like a couple feet away from it. She kind of brings it around, kind of up again, back in both her hands. She begins kind of stepping forward towards you again. It's no answer to you. Her like look and visage betrays no sort of answer to what you asked.
How close is she?
She's about probably 10 feet away at this point.
He's fuck, I don't know if I'm supposed to fight this bitch. He's assuming he is though. So wait, so spells I can't do non-lethal, right? Like they will always be lethal, like Eldritch Blast.
Yeah, most of them, yeah.
Fuck. Well, I guess.
You do get the impression when you were hit, she's not pulling punches. That was like the full force of that thing kind of going through.
Will Eldritch Blast her?
Yeah, there's right. Okay, roll the hit.
Yeah. Okay.
I believe you just have it's just a single. No, it's 2 Eldritch Blasts at this point. Yeah, go ahead and roll the hit.
Did it roll the second one? There we go.
I already had 2. I had the 29 and 26, so yeah.
Oh
so
shit,
both
my bad.
29 and 26 will hit, so go ahead and roll those. One's a crit.
So 15 damage for the crit. 12 damage for the normal.
kind of fire the two Eldritch Blasts. They kind of both land right into her left shoulder. Sends her like you imagine wood send her reeling backwards. She just kind of like drops the shoulder and kind of turns, and as it hits her, just takes the damage still from it, but kind of uses the momentum to bring around the idol again and towards you now close enough to hit you again, swinging right towards you.
I'll try and dodge again.
Okay, well, another dexterity saving throw then.
All right. 11.
You got 19 bludgeoning damage. It seems like this extra momentum kind of from hitting her caused her, like, let her just get more speed and power behind this, as this next one kind of hits you and collides with you and kind of almost sends you backwards. Make a strength saving throw as well.
Okay. 25.
25. You are fine. You don't fall. You like almost trip over one of the teeth as you kind of are get knocked away with quite a bit of force. Almost trip over like one of the teeth. And maintain yourself though, and keep yourself kind of steadied up. You kind of look up to her as she, from the last one, without any sort of break, kind of bringing it around, spinning it slightly around her shoulder, and bringing it down upward from above down onto you.
Oh my god, okay. I don't want to fucking kill ya. He'll crit out, and he's going to... I'm assuming it's kind of like we're in, where I can use a bonus action and action.
Yeah, I'm not really like, there's not really...
Kinda.
Sure.
Or
yeah.
just action.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not really like, this thing is, it's coming down right towards you, so you probably want to respond quickly.
Got you. Okay, well, never mind. Okay, we're not into bonus action. He's gonna cast Witch Bolt at her.
You're rolling at disadvantage.
Okay, that's fine. Oh wait, she's that close.
Yeah,
Fuck.
she's swinging. She's not taking ranged attacks. She's swinging at you.
Fuck it. Actually, he's gonna pull out. I'm assuming.
She's actually like right in front, up towards you.
Okay.
With the idol coming down, the actual sort of golden metal part of the, or whatever it material is. It seems like it's like maybe like a rusted golden metal.
Got you.
Color. But that part's going to hit you, and then the tendrils and everything, like the claws and tendrils extend past that. Those will probably miss you, but they're going to be extending far behind you.
Okay, well, while he's dodging again, I'm assuming we were allowed to come in with our weapons.
Nobody stopped you.
Okay, cool. He's gonna unsheath his sword while dodging.
Okay. Roll a dexterity saving throw at disadvantage.
Oh fuck. Okay.
You are, I mean, you're trying to dodge, but like this thing has reach, and it's hitting you with the closest part of it. The further parts of it are going to be...
It didn't go through, but it's 12.
12?
Yeah.
Okay. He's on 6 bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
As you kind of get out of the way of the main idol, but you do get kind of hit, like clipped by one of these claws that kind of bludgeon into you as well. As you unsheath your sword.
And then I guess he will attack with his sword. Or try, yeah. And he's gonna use Booming Blade while he does it.
Roll
if
the
he
hit.
hits. Okay.
You're making a Booming Blade attack, is basically what you're doing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because Booming Blade is the action to do, so you have to declare that before you roll, or before you hit. That doesn't generally matter, because there's no downside if you miss, but you hit. Roll damage.
So 6,
Yeah,
I'm
6, I
assuming?
believe I don't believe you're using it.
No.
And then roll a d8.
8.
Yeah, you hit him and you see sort of thunderous sort of shockwave kind of echo out from it as you kind of slice in there. As you're kind of halfway going across, your blade is suddenly caught. And she just kind of like brought the idol up to sort of like deflect it, essentially, to kind of stop it from fully going through, and sort of twist it around, and kind of with her left hand up on the upper part of the idol, twist and brings the idol down to hit your hand that's holding the sword. I need you to make a strength saving throw.
Okay. 24.
Alright, and I need you to make one more strength saving throw.
9.
As it kind of slams down to and collides and hits with your hand, but it doesn't knock it free. You're able to kind of maintain like the grip on the sword, and you see her just kind of like as you're looking down, you see one of her feet step forward. You look up at her and you quickly see her like lean forward and headbutt you and send you falling backwards into the water. Before you see, as you're kind of looking at her, you see the tendrils and claws retreat back towards the idol. You see her hoist it kind of into both hands again. She just sort of straightens up a little bit, and you see you got one decent, gash across like her midsection, and you see like the upper part of her clothes are sort of torn and a little tattered from the eldritch blast. But she seems, a little beat up. But she looks down at you and sort of nods a little bit. So it's just a straight face. Good. You have motion. Life is an ocean. He starts walking back to the center as she's speaking. You can be swept away with the currents, or you can make your own. The second test is focus.
Oh, okay.
So he goes back to the center and kind of stands, sets the idol down next to her, and just seemingly kind of waiting for you.
What? He's just gonna pinch his brow, and it's like, well, I'm in this now, so can't fucking do anything. So he's gonna kind of just walk back over to her hesitantly, still kind of holding his sword, like, unsure.
As you begin walking over towards her, focus on a goal on the current. Every current has a goal. What is yours?
Yeah, I've got.
She kind of lifts, as you try to begin to talk, she lifts up the idol and taps it twice on the ground. You see the lights kind of flutter and sort of grow brighter for a moment before dimming and grows dark. To the point where you cannot see her anymore, and then as it kind of brightens up again, just slightly a little bit brighter, she's not there.
What the fuck kind of magic is this?
You don't actually seem to be in this room at all anymore.
Oh?
You sort of see you're getting the sense that there's something off. It's not a perfect replica, but you see almost like an alley of Bargetide kind of in front of you.
Weird.
And you see walking down it a man wearing a coat, some sort of piratey-ish kind of hat, walking down that alleyway. You don't know the details. You never met him. You know you never met him, but you somehow innately you know that's Meldfin.
Mm-hmm.
You don't know how, but it's him. As he's kind of seeing you, goes walking down that alleyway in front of you.
He'll follow.
Okay.
Oh, kind of at a distance, obviously not.
Yeah. Your sword is still in your hand.
Right
as
upon
well.
him.
Your sword is still in your hand as well. Yeah. As you go, you can be walking down that hallway or alleyway. Sorry, you're seeing at the end of it. He's kind of taking a turn down another sort of alley. As you kind of begin to continue follow about halfway down this alleyway, you see a door that's slightly ajar, and you hear it. You feel it sounds kind of laughter, slightly. But it sounds familiar. It's been a while since you've heard it, but it sounds like Bria's laughter.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh god! Okay, well, Rowan's gonna immediately follow in.
Into the door?
Yeah.
So, not following Meldfin, going into the door?
Oh wait, Meldfin didn't go in the door?
No, he went further down the alleyway and took a right down another alleyway. This is about halfway down the alleyway. He passed it already.
Fuck. Oh god. Oh no. He's gonna try and summon Lear. Poof him in. Does it work?
Nothing. Wait, no, Lear would summon.
He would?
Yeah, Lear would appear.
Follow him. He's gonna point towards Meldfin.
You see Lear kind of look down. You don't see Meldfin's already turned down the alley. You can't see him anymore.
Fuck.
Lear just kind of looks down that way, tilts his head, and looks up to you.
Oh my god. Why would you do this? Why would you do this to me?
What are you doing?
Hold on. Oh god.
Time's ticking.
Fuck, he's gonna... This is a fucking illusion. This is a fucking illusion.
You see him tilt his head at you.
He's going to pause like he's gonna go in the door. And then, she's not real. She's not real. And run after Melvin.
Okay. So as you do so, run after him. You turn down the alley. You see him kind of near the end, and you see him go up, kind of up a couple steps, and then into a door at the end of this alley that sort of it widens up enough to kind of into a street, into a building. You see him go up the steps through the door into that building. The door closes behind him. And as you continue to follow, approaching that way, you also have another door to your left, and you hear what sounds like Shamar. You can't hear distinct sounds in the voice, but it sounds like Shamar talking.
What
and
the fuck?
Eamon and your dad. And you kind of hear like faint laughs, and then sort of very faintly. Really, it's a little strange because it's almost like you can't really understand what they're saying or make out the words more or less, but you know that there's like one of them just mentioned your name, wondering when you'll be here. And this isn't the same door that Melvin went into a door further ahead.
Oh god. Fuck this bitch and her focus.
You hear them kind of laugh again, and laugh, and then kind of like ask that question.
Oh my god. He's gonna pause momentarily. He's just gonna talk to himself out loud. I need answers. I need answers. None of this is real. They're not real.
Just kind of like say that and look around to look up. There's a sky. There's birds. There's clouds and a sun. There's faint, like very faint, like shudders every now and again around certain things. For the most part, everything here seems completely real. The ground is like wood. You touch the walls, they're wood.
Stop. Oh no.
Lear seems to be reacting exactly to you and reacting normally to everything.
Oh no.
What do you do, Rowan?
Fuck. Maybe Bria was real. Oh god.
What are you doing, Rowan?
He's gonna lie to himself. He's gonna say, it's not real. It doesn't matter. It's not real. And he's gonna follow after Melvin.
Okay. As you go, follow in and kind of barge open the door. Looking forward, you see one man kind of like at a sort of side of a wall. So like kind of immediately stands up and kind of like moves towards you a little bit. You see at the table the man that you somehow know is Melvin.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of like perk up and kind of turn to look towards you. As you assumably approach him, the man that from the wall immediately gets kind of tackled by Lear and taken down by Lear as you approach Melvin. As you do so, you just sort of, for various reasons, just sort of angry. Some of them being things that might have recently just happened. Like just now, a couple seconds ago. You kind of approach towards him and immediately sort of grab his shoulder, sort of forcing him backwards, like kind of on the table a bit. Taking your sword, and you kind of drive it kind of upwards from his stomach, up into under his ribs towards his heart. You see the face is kind of indistinct, but you see just the life drained from his eyes as it kind of looks at you in shock. As you kind of twist your blade and see him recoil in pain, violently just drag your blade and pull it out. You see him kind of like stare at you and kind of grasping at the table, just desperately trying to hold on to live, essentially, and just in shock before he kind of falls backwards onto the table dead. You kind of look over towards the one that Lear was dealing with, and you see he's dead but fading as the sort of scenery around you kind of shifts and changes and everything begins to kind of go dark. Lear disappears. Everything the walls, the man disappears, the door that you came in, all of it begins to disappear before until there's only in front of you just the dead corpse of Meldfin on the table. Before that too disappears into just darkness. And then soon light begins to return. You find yourself back standing in the center of the room again with the priestess. Who's just looking at you. Sort of like as you come back to kind of look around yourself, come back to consciousness, you see her just sort of nodding a little bit. A slight smile. Good. Clarity brings purpose. Without it, you will drift. The final test is truth.
How the fuck do you know any of this?
See her kind of like move her legs a little bit apart slightly as she kind of lifts up the idol onto her hands again. Not responding to you.
Of course.
Truth. Not knowledge of things around you, but to be accepting of what is. You can try to change it. You can accept it, but you can't deny it. Or you'll drown. She kind of like raises the idol, kind of almost like a battering ram, slams you in the chest, and you kind of feel like, for a moment, just sort of a brief shock, but then nothing. You feel fine. You're kind of floating back. You feel actually a little bit better than what you were. And then then you don't. As you look ahead of you and you see your body just sort of fall backwards into the water. Mouth not, not drowning, but just sort of laying down there. As you sort of like look and you sort of spirit form looking down. See around her, around the idol, various sort of tendrils and claw, like very similar to, like, as you kind of look at your hand, very similar to like this sort of greenish, spectral-ish kind of outline. You just kind of see those around this idol, and you see kind of coiling around behind, not around her, but kind of behind her. It's like up her. You see a very large, sort of serpent-like figure. That kind of, as it kind of grows up more, you see it's enormous. Not as big as like what would be the one that would encompass this room, but it is large, much larger than you. You see her kind of look down at your body and then kind of look up directly towards you.
What the fuck?
She kind of like just nods. Let's see if you drown. And you see as she says that, the sort of large serpent figure that kind of lunges forward, wrapping its jaws around you, and you're suddenly in darkness again, for you are in your office.
What? Oh my god.
You're in your office. You gotta like look around, confused. You still have your blade and everything. You're not wet. You don't seem spectral. You gotta look around. You go kind of to your desk or where you keep paperwork.
Mm-hmm.
Notice the date. It's about 5 years ago.
Oh no.
The day that Bria died.
Oh my god.
You look outside and look at the window. It's getting close to evening.
Okay.
A little bit, like, sun's setting.
He's gonna try and leave the clinic.
Okay. You do so. Kind of go to the front, open the clinic door.
He's gonna try and remember where Bria was.
Okay. Towards Butcher's Bridge.
And he's going to sprint that way.
Okay. You mean sprinting that way? It was actually kind of under Butcher's Bridge. Coincidentally, as you kind of go that way, you pass the docks, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
You see Sayda's ship there. You see what, well, at this time would have been Bloody Maggie's ship. But in the future, I guess you know it as Heskin's ship. And as you kind of keep going, you also you end up walking and passing by Elle's shop. I mean, you don't know when she set up shop there. The outside is very indistinct and doesn't have, like, naming or anything. So you don't know if she's in there or not. But everything looks the same. From the outside, at least. And you continue. You eventually get to the warehouse. The warehouse that you were at last time. slightly not on the bridge, but up towards the bridge.
Mm-hmm.
This fastest way is the way that you went. But it's in front of you.
He's gonna just open the door.
You open the door, you see a couple of these guys out here. Or, well, a couple of Gnarled hooks. Sort of like, kind of keeping guard. It's like sort of a small little entryway to this warehouse. Like, there's like a... You walk into this room, and there's like it's almost like... For a normal warehouse, it'd be like a check-in sort of area. And then you go through another door. You see, in total, there's 2 Gnarled hooks that kind of are playing cards at the table, kind of look up towards you, look to each other, and one kind of like quickly grabs a mace near him, the other one kind of grabs a looks like a harpoon, and sort of like, first and stand up. Who are you? Shouldn't be here.
Bria O'Flynn, where is she?
You should get out of here.
I know she's here. Tell me where she is, and I'll keep you alive.
You see me kind of look at each other. Right. All right. I kind of move forward aggressively to attack you.
We're in pretty close quarters, right?
Decently, yeah. I mean, you probably got like 10 feet away from you guys. If you're trying to make a ranged attack, you can do so.
Well, fuck it. Okay, he'll Eldritch Blast both of them. Well, one and then the other.
1 bolt towards each. Okay, roll a hit. Okay, both a hit. Roll damage.
15 and 9.
Okay. It's enough to send the first one kind of like, as he's getting up, staggering, like kind of slumping into his seat, kind of falling on like sort of unconscious at the table. The second one kind of takes the hit, kind of just grimaces at it and moves forward to swing at you. Gonna hit you. Another 5 damage.
Okay.
Kind of swings at you, hits you, kind of reaches to try to grab at you. Like, told you should have left.
He's gonna slash out with his sword that's still in his hand.
Roll a hit.
Casting Booming Blade. 22.
Hits.
So 9 damage.
It's enough to knock him down as you kind of swing forward with the sword and kind of gouge into his throat. And sort of slide it out, and as you kind of do so, it sort of the booming blade sort of the thunder ruptures and kind of causes it to burst, causing it even like a nastier, more open wound as he kind of like looks in shock or falling over. Dead.
Perfect. He will continue through the other door.
Okay. Continue through the other door, and you kind of open it up. You see already there is 4 people. 4 Gnarled hooks kind of like waiting, looking at you as, you know, you made noise. You weren't sneaky over here. Further on, you see what looks to be like another sort of a hatch leading downwards.
Okay.
And you see kind of like just glancing towards you. You see Faladar like glance towards you, and then just sort of see him roll his eyes and just take care of him as he goes down into that further into the hatch. You see 2 more kind of they were further out in the room begin kind of moving towards you and seeing you, and you see the closest 4 to you approaching you.
Okay. How far away are they?
Decent distance away. What are you trying to do? What are you doing?
Never mind. Fireball would probably burn the whole place down, right?
It would start burning things, yeah. It would. I mean, it's not gonna burn it immediately, but it's gonna start burning things, yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, he's just gonna do classic. 2 Eldritch Blasts at 2 different people.
Okay, we'll hit.
25 and 11.
11 will not hit. 25 will hit.
So 10 damage to one of them.
Take 32 points of damage. As you fire the 2 Eldritch Blast out, and kind of one from one hand, the other from the other hand. So Eldritch Blast go arcing. One misses, one collides with the guy as his crossbow gets let loose. One crossbow bolt misses you, his does, but 2 crossbow bolts immediately kind of hit you, like one in the shoulder, one kind of in the gut, and then immediately the other 4 kind of step forward, and one misses with a sword, and then the other 3 kind of one slashes across your arm because you got a deep cut. One kind of like nicks you right along the head, and the third one stepping forward with a harpoon kind of gets you right in the gut and jams it upwards into you.
Rowan goes unconscious.
As you kind of get the harpoon, and these hurt like, and it jams into your chest, and you feel like crushing your ribs, and some of your organs stabbing through you. Kind of gets quickly yanked out of you and kind with the barbed part just sort of causing a larger wound and just more pain as you kind of fall backwards. Light sort of fading from your eyes, going unconscious.
Oh god.
As you kind of hit the ground, eyes are open again. You're in your office. It's about 5 years ago. Just sun's about setting.
Wait, I'm here again.
This is Groundhog's Day, Rowan.
What the fuck? Rowan is kind of panicking at this point. He's gonna try and remember. Bria was at this warehouse, correct? Or at least that is what he remembers.
That's where you remember, yeah. That's where you went.
Around this time.
Yeah.
Of day.
Yeah.
Alright.
It was getting to be like, as you got there last time, it's getting to be dark.
Okay.
Again, but now it's seems to be not dark yet. Sun is starting to set, so just before evening again.
Alright. Well, he is going to sprint there again, just like Groundhog Day. We in it.
Okay. You sprint there again.
He's going to prepare to Eldritch Blast right before he opens the door, where he knows where they're at.
Sprint there again as you go past. You pass the docks. You pass Saida's ship. You pass Bloody Maggie's ship. You pass Elle's shop again. You go inside. You immediately blast both those with the Eldritch Blast. Barge into the next door. Same thing. Sort of Faladar kind of glances back to you and just kind of rolls his eyes. Take care of him. Goes down further into the sort of a hatch further down into the warehouse. As two more from further back over there begin to approach, and 6 of them in total.
He's going to kind of what do you want to call it? Take the staff off of his back, and he's going to cast Fireball in between, kind of in the middle of all of them.
Roll damage first.
Okay. 36 fire damage.
Okay. Don't worry about that.
What's that mean? Interesting.
I mean, they rolled the exact same thing that they rolled last time.
Okay, gotcha. Oh, fucking Christ. Rowan, I'm sorry, my man.
Take 33
Okay.
points of damage. As crossbow bolts and swords and harpoons find purchase into you as you cast this. They kind of get their turn at the same time, or hit you at the same time. As crossbow bolts kind of find their way into you and hit the harpoon, but you see them quickly, like kind of as the fireball explodes. You see the one that was with the harpoon just stabbing into your gut a little bit, kind of glance back and just eyes wide as the flames sort of engulf him, just out of reach. Warm in front of you, but just out of reach of you as you see the flames die down. There is various cargo and ropes and whatnot burning on either side. Crates that are wrapped in rope, kind of not crumbling, but they are burning and probably going to be blackened and crumbling soon. The ground is blackened and there's small little splotches of the embers littered about. The corpses themselves are charred and blackened, and you see the hatch ahead of you.
Okay. Rowan doesn't have a harpoon in him, right?
No,
I'm assuming it was yanked out.
Yeah, you pull it out, you yank the crossbow bolts out, yeah.
He's immediately using 4 healing lights on himself.
Using healing lights on yourself right now?
Yep, right now. Which I think is just him basically lifting his hand.
That's your only healing, right?
Yep.
So using it on yourself rather than...
Wait, rather than what?
Well, you had to try to patch up Bria last time this all happened.
I know.
Okay.
I have a lot more left, don't worry.
Okay. Just double checking.
14 health for myself. Make sure I'm not bleeding all over the floor. Perfect. And right through the hatch he goes.
Alright. As you get further down, you begin to hear more voices talking. And because you very faintly beyond those voices, you hear what sounds like screaming.
He's sprinting.
And kind of as you get down, you kind of get to a small, another room that kind of walking across it, you see Faladar, in another sort of figure that looks a bit more distinctly dressed than all the other sort of gnarled hooks. kind of wearing a coat, not quite as long as Felidor's, but more brownish, bald on the head. Very large hands, and on his back a warhammer. Both of them glance towards you, as well as a third one that you kind of see step out from the corner, a little bit more of a lithe figure with just a hood slightly pulled up. You see as they kind of like all glance to you as you're sprinting down here. You just hear Felder, useless wretches. You see him drawing his weapon.
Where the fuck is Bria?
As you ask that, you do hear screams again past them. Wait, no, that would hit you still. Take 48 points of damage.
God damn it! I had 48 points of health.
Do you really?
Fuck.
Okay.
Yeah.
He says you kind of like, as you ask that, you hear screams coming from beyond the door. You kind of glance past them towards the door, slightly distracted for a moment. As you're almost positive. It only makes sense. It only makes sense to you that those are Bria screams. As you kind of like look in anger back to them again for a brief moment, you just hear just a silent, and then your eyes just kind of like your vision begins to sort of blur and fade, and you kind of like reach up and feel towards your neck, and you feel a bolt in it, and you kind of like glance to the bolt itself, kind of actually going through the neck, coming out the other side. You kind of glance to the figure in the corner that kind of, from underneath sort of his robe and kind of cloak, hood, his arm itself seems to be like a crossbow. And you see like the front of it in the middle has sort of these arcane runes along it, but the bolt came, or not arcane runes, elven runes on him, but the bolt came from his kind of pointing and kind of pulls it back and then kind of loading it again as you slowly kind of fade and fall. I told him we should have hired more. I told him she was getting nosy too. As you vision blurs and fades and goes black again. And then he reappears. You're back in your office. About 5 years ago. A little bit before evening. A little sore still.
He punches the fucking desk. Jesus Christ.
More sore than you were last time.
He is realizing he literally has no one that can help him because he didn't know Saida. Well, you know what? Fuck it. Rowan is probably starting to go not a little crazy, just because like this is mad. This is maddening. This is horrifying. He's once again going to sprint down, but he is going to stop by Saida's ship.
Okay. Stop by Saida's ship. Just kind of go up onto the deck. The turtle, Arnk, sort of waiting there. He's younger, definitely.
Oh yeah, nice.
But kind of like lances to you as you kind of almost try to like just instinctively just try to walk onto the ship. You see him put his hand out to stop you. Hold on a second. I've never seen you before. What are you doing?
I know you don't know me. Can I please talk to your captain?
What do you need to talk to the captain for?
Please, just, it'll take a few seconds. I'll leave all my weapons here. I need to talk to her. Please.
I guess he was like looking up and down. Abes! Moment later, kind of just peering over. What looks to be like sort of like kind of a younger like tabaxi. Sort of darker brownish, just slightly spotted fur. That kind of glances up and over and just, yeah. Go check if the captain's free of taking. What's a meeting right now? Yeah, sure. You see him quickly kind of sprint off. And Arn kind of look back at you. We'll see if she's obliging to meeting with you.
Okay, that's more than I can ask for. He's just kind of nervously probably wringing his hands.
What's your name?
Rowan. O'Flynn.
You were in that doctor's office or something over there, right?
Yeah.
Clinic.
That's the one.
Hmm.
He's probably like tapping his foot again, just kind of counting down the time in his head.
Question, how much you know about different types of anatomy? Or how to cure things of other races by chance? Are they elf or half-elf or human?
I mean,
Maybe
I've
like
dealt
a
with a few.
turtle or something. I'm asking for a friend.
Oh no. I think I'm decent at it, yeah. I've dealt with quite a few different people, kinds of people. Why? You got someone, a friend that needs help?
Yeah, I got a friend that was, well, let's just say there was shedding in places he shouldn't be shedding.
Your tabaxi friend?
If you're catching my drift.
my God.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure.
You know, after I talk to her captain, if she's gonna talk to me, you know, I will definitely look into that.
Kind of just sort of nods, and kind of like as that happens, you see the tabaxi kind of pop up again. No, she's apparently expecting a meeting with what was his name? What? You guys see the taxi kind of turning back. Barrel.
I know who you're talking about. And kind of looks back to you. Unfortunately, no, she's not taking visitors at the moment. Perhaps tomorrow, or maybe later.
Tomorrow's gonna be too late. Who the
Too late
Barrel?
for what? Borrow.
She needs borrow.
Barrel. Don't worry about it. You call him Barrel, he'd understand. Although, I mean, she shrugs a little bit. I don't know if you'll ever meet him.
This is fucking. Oh god damn it! This is fucking worthless. Okay.
Apologies.
He's gonna kind of just turn around
Didn't
and.
realize that even giving you a question was worthless.
He's gonna ignore it.
Captain tends to be busy. You have a good day, whatever you're in a rush for,
as you kind of walk off.
He's gonna sprint off. He's gonna actually head towards L's.
Okay. Yeah, you have to pass it by it as you go
Yeah.
there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
He's gonna go inside.
Okay. You go inside.
Is Sal there?
Do so. The shop's empty, but it looks a lot like Bill's shop.
Fucking
And
Christ.
kind of a moment or two. I'll be right there. And you wait a moment or two, and you kind of see walking around the corner and kind of going to the counter, placing their arms on the counter, looking at you. You see Fearne.
What?
Can I help you?
What? What?
Make a intelligence check.
11.
Okay.
I mean, you're just gonna stare.
Are you looking for something, or? Unfortunately, I'm not for sale. Can I help you? Hello? She's like waving her hand.
I was seeing if I could perhaps get some help with something real quick. Fighting wise, I don't know. Long story.
I mean, it's more of my sister's thing.
What? Your sister?
It's kind of now, as well as you're like with the low intelligence check takes a little bit longer. You're remembering. Oh wait, no. Fearne changed forms.
Oh.
what she looked like.
Oh my god.
This is
Oh
this is
my
idea.
God.
This isn't Fearne.
But
She's not really in right now, and well,
of course she's not.
doesn't really want to join tonight's fighting nor the day. Why is somebody chasing you? Because I mean, I guess I can if they come into the shop, but
No, it's like a rescue effort. This is fucking. He just stops. Very clearly distraught at this point.
a rescue effort.
Yeah, these fuckers stole my sister. I'm trying to go get her, but I can't. I need help.
These fuckers. Who? What?
Gnarled hooks.
Who are they?
A gang here. I'm assuming you haven't been here long.
I've lived here most of my life.
What? How do you know?
Never been anybody known as Gnarled Hooks.
I
Never really been. Yeah, can't say I really know that there's been really many gangs.
They're run by Captain Meldfin and Valadar. I don't know what the fuck.
So you kind of
they're
like
called.
tilt her, like put her head on the counter and just sort of smirk and smile. Meldfin, interesting. It's, I guess a creative imagination if you came up with those on the spot.
I'm wasting time. If I'm not gonna get help, I just gotta go.
I mean, I'm not keeping you. Have fun.
He's just gonna leave.
Okay, leave. This definitely is later. Now.
Shit. Okay, he's gonna go back to the warehouse. He's gonna run.
Okay, so you go back to the house. You go in. I'm assuming going inside. Same thing. Eldritch Blast, Fireball.
No. Can he climb? Is there an opening up top? Any kind of windows? Anything like that he can see?
Yeah, there's some windows you can probably get through.
Okay, he's gonna climb up to those windows.
Okay.
And then try and crawl through.
You crawl through, and you kind of in the main area with you can see the hatch that leads down.
Fucking Christ. 6.
Yeah.
Bro, just having a bad day. He has no friends to help him.
Land and you kind of like see a couple of them look up towards you as you're not very quiet at all.
Fuck. Fireball.
You fireball them, and before any of the crossbow bolts actually kind of reach you this time, fireball kind of incinerates them in a very similar respect of what it did last time. You see the two that were in the first room kind of quickly turn and go in to look out, and you just Eldritch Blast both of them quickly as well.
Perfect. He's running down to the trapdoor.
Okay. Run the trapdoor, you go downstairs, and you again see well, at this point in time, you see Faladar and the sort of the bald one. As you kind of look at them a little bit, they do seem to be well, you can roll a nature check real quick if you would like.
6.
He's not human.
Okay, cool.
Maybe elf, pointy ears, now you're realizing it. Who knows? But you see both of them. As you kind of like run down the stairs, you see Faladar kind of looking. That's what the explosion was. Alright. Pulling his sword out, the other one kind of grabbing the warhammer.
He's gonna Eldritch Blast both of them. 20 and 28.
Okay, we'll hit.
11 damage and 7 damage.
You kind of blast both of them and kind of hit one of hit Faladar a little bit in the chest. He kind of swipes twice at you with his sword, or once at you with his sword and kind of like tries to lash at you with the hook. The other one kind of coming up with the warhammer and just sort of, in a very sort of crude manner, kind of bringing it around his back, kind of sideways right into your chest. In total, you're going to take 49 points of damage from all of them. As the hammer kind of like it bludgeons into you and just heavy hit that just sends you kind of reeling back a little bit.
Okay.
he's going to once again use 4 healing lights on himself. Wow, for 5. I heal for 5. What a roll. And then he is going to, he's done with this. He's going to cast Blight on the one with the Warhammer, which is a Constitution saving throw of 17. 40.
40? Okay. Yeah, they're gonna attack you again as well.
I'm assuming Rowan's gonna drown. Oh god.
Taking 38 points of damage.
He passes out.
Yeah, as you kind of like, the one with the water swings, like brings it around and kind of hits you right in the side of the leg, and a hefty amount of damage. You quickly just go and cast Blight on him. You see him recoil back in pain, and sort of like reach towards his, like kind of just towards his body as like this sort of sickly green energy kind of emanates from him. It hurts me. He's kind of recoiling back into the wall, letting go of the Warhammer. Where Faladar kind of glances to that before taking advantage of you kind of being knocked down a little bit, slices quickly across your throat, and just sort of immediately just sort of try to speak, but just blood comes out. And you kind of quickly fall over unconscious as you see Faladar kind of going over to check on the man, and you once again, as you are losing consciousness, you hear the screams from the door. For you. Suddenly conscious again in your clinic. About 5 years ago.
God fucking damn it.
Sore. Your neck hurts a little bit. And as you speak, God fucking, you kind of, a little bit of water you kind of vomit up a little bit, like, of just water.
Oh god.
Just slightly. You definitely are much sore. Kind of where you got hit by the Warhammer, like the chest and the leg. Still sore, like almost like a bruise, like a bruise that you had for a couple days. Throat is a little bit like, yeah, sore as well, like kind of like slightly raspy kind of feeling to it.
Okay, alright. Think. Okay. Clearly going about this wrong. I said I've got to learn the truth. Whatever the fuck that means. Okay. He's going to think about what, if Fearne and Marie were here, what possibly they would do.
Let me just a wisdom or intelligence check first.
Okay. 23.
Okay, 23 on which one?
Intelligence.
Okay. You just sort of subconsciously stored it in your mind. You're kind of recalling exactly what she said. Not knowledge of things around you, but to be accepting of what is.
Okay, so he's going to run to the warehouse, and he's going to go up on the window. He's going to try and stealth, and he's going to not attack.
Okay. Just, well, roll stealth check.
Please don't fuck me over.
Well, we'll say you
15.
You stealth in, yeah.
Yeah.
Kind of remembering where like the creaks and the boards were last time.
Yeah.
Get in. Nobody seems to notice you.
Okay. Fuck. Okay. He has to. Okay, I know he's some. I'm assuming he just needs to at least get an earshot. I don't know how. Okay, he's gonna try and stealth over to the trapdoor.
Okay.
Can he remember? Was there
easy enough
anything
to do so.
inside that he could hide behind?
Down where Faladar and them were?
Yes.
There's a table down there, kind of off to the side, and a crate, but nothing more. That room was a very kind of small, just sort of a very small room that was leading to another one. You did know that the more lithe kind of one with the crossbow for an arm was not there the second time you went, when you waited.
What? Oh, if I waited.
Well, you came later in the day.
That's true.
That time he wasn't there at that point.
Okay. Well, we're already in this, unfortunately.
You don't know if he left or if he went into the room or where he went.
Okay. Well, he's gonna try and stealth
on the trap door and hide behind that crate. Boy.
You go ahead and stealth behind it. I'm not gonna make you reroll for this one. You go in down behind the crate. What are you doing?
He's gonna wait and listen despite the fact how it's gonna hurt.
Kind of hear them talk. Nothing really distinct about what you're interested in. Just sort of briefly, how's it going, Faladar? Like yada yada. Really, the only name that you actually catch is Faladar.
How dare evil people have small talk?
But then you hear Faladar talk.
Are we going in, or just you, just him?
You hear the door like,
I think it's going to be more just him. I'm supposed to go in about a minute. And if you're still here screaming, which if I'm doing my job right, you will come in about a minute afterwards.
We see the other two nodding.
Rowan is biting his fist to make sure he doesn't say anything or do anything
Okay.
stupid.
A minute passes, and you see the door open. The more light kind of one goes in. You hear, and all the while you are hearing like screams and yelling.
Oh god.
And then about a minute later, after he goes in, you still hear screams. The other two go in, leaving their room vacant.
Oh, so it's vacant now?
Yeah, the room that you're in. There's the door on the other, like the sort of the stairs in the area you came down from the hatch, from above at the warehouse, and then on the far opposite side, the door there that they went through, where the screams are coming from.
Okay, Rowan is going to try and creep closer to the door with the screams. Is it open at all, or is it closed?
You never heard them lock it. It's closed right now.
He's gonna try and just crack it open really slowly, hopefully.
Okay. Make a Constitution saving throw.
Oh, fuck. 17.
17. Kind of, you don't make a ton of noise with it, but you just kind of again barf up some like water.
Oh
just
god.
Kind of like just sort of some water kind of spill out of your mouth, and you kind of move to like so it doesn't make a splashing on the ground. Kind of drenches the front side, and you kind of feel a little like lightheaded, a little bit weaker, but yeah. You know.
Okay, yeah, he's just gonna crack open the door. He's not gonna do anything. Or he's gonna try and not do anything.
Okay. Crack open the door. You see kind of Faladar and the other man walking inside, walking towards. It's another warehouse, but you see various like crates and crates and boxes sort of scattered about, wrapped up in like ropes to move them as a whole. You see some chains and ropes kind of hanging down from the rafters or the ceiling, I guess, in this area. You see Faladar and the other guy walking forward, kind of coming around from one of the crates. You see the sort of smaller man with the crossbow for an arm. Now a crossbow not on his arm, but now it looks like almost like some sort of like blade-like tool in replacement for the crossbow. You see too far out of sight, you can't hear them talking, but you hear sort of this screams and just for a faint like sort of just sobbing, crying from around. But you see them just both talking, or all three of them talking.
Can I hear what they're talking about? Fuck. Is there anywhere in the room it looks like he could creep closer?
You could probably go behind one of the other like stacks of crates and whatnot here.
Does it look like it would be hard to get over there?
No, not necessarily. You just walk there. Quickly run over there. Like, none of them are directly looking at you.
Okay, yeah, he's gonna creep over there.
Okay. You just go make a Constitution saving throw.
21.
21. Able to hold back the sort of vomit for again as you kind of like get over there and kind of just puke up more water kind of onto the ground. Just kind of get your face closer down so it doesn't splash, make noise, but you puke it up and kind of much more lightheaded again as you kind of your vision kind of blacks out for a brief moment and kind of comes back slowly.
Okay. So, and what was the words that she was saying? Is accepting the truth?
What she said was not knowledge of the things around you, but to be accepting of what is.
Okay. All right. He doesn't know what that means, but he's going to not do anything. He's just going to observe.
You actually see them finish talking and go back towards the direction where the screams are coming from. You should kind of sneak forward a little bit. You kind of see sort of like more like a kind of corner office kind of thing of the warehouse. They kind of go through the door, and that's where the screams are coming from. You see there's a window that kind of looks in.
He'll kind of creep over to it.
Okay.
What does he see? Give me big peeks.
You see all three of those figures. You see a fourth figure. Strangely indistinct. Not quite like he's actually real, necessarily. Very indistinct, but you just somehow, once again, somehow know that that is Meltfin. And then, hold on, one more figure at the far end. And kind of looking in, and sort of tied, chained to a table with various bloodied tools and devices around her. You see Bria being tortured.
God. He's gonna bite into the meat of his hand, probably drawing blood. Definitely has some tears welling up in his eyes, but he's not gonna do anything. He's just going to watch.
Kind of hear eventually Falador speaking.
So what now? She's not speaking anymore, saying anymore. Maybe she's telling the truth and doesn't know anymore. Maybe she'll stay out of our business now.
You see a couple of them look over and just sort of like kind of like a skeptical look sort of towards him, and you see the one that's Meltfin, just the voice as well is like you can't place a finger on like what the voice sounds like. You just know that the words that he's saying. You don't really even hear the voice. It just responds, "No, she knows too much, and we need to send a message. So we're out. We're done with her. Hopefully, if she lives, she'll understand not to meddle in our affairs. And if she doesn't, hopefully whoever finds her body will understand the message." You see him kind of walk out the door. You kind of quickly duck to the corner, kind of away from the window as he walks out and begins walking away. And followed by a couple others. The one with the crossbow for the arm following him, and Falador and the two others left in there before they sort of shrug and hear them holler out for other members, like sort of lower ends in the Gnarled hooks, and two of them come in and grab Bria by the legs and arms and being kind of just carry her and drag her out. So the other three follow out with it.
Rowan is visibly shaking, holding back from not trying to save her, trying to remember that this is not real.
Kind of feel yourself cough a bit more water as well. Not as much as last time, but like still coughing up, like vomiting water. As you watch them go through the door and hear the footsteps going up the stairs. If you follow them sneakily, I'm not going to make you roll stealth. You follow them and eventually you kind of see them. They're a decent bit above like the water. They don't go up onto the bridge, but they just kind of go to the edge and just swing her back and forth a couple times before just tossing her into the water. Some of them disperse, some of them go back into the warehouse. You don't know where Meltfin went. You don't know where the man with the crossbow arm went. You see Falador go back into the warehouse. But then you pause and look down at the water and you see, after a moment or two, you see Bria sort of drag herself up onto the dock And she's beginning to drag herself and crawl slowly in the direction towards your clinic.
Oh no. Okay. He's gonna. Fuck. He's gonna kind of look up at the sky and just like, I didn't fucking intervene. What more do you fucking want from me? And he'll wait a few moments.
You kind of look back down to Bria. She's still pulling herself towards your clinic that you're not at.
He's gonna run towards her, actually.
Towards
He's gonna
her?
say, fuck it. Yep. Wait. God, no. Fuck. Okay, he's gonna start running towards her, and then... Okay, it's not real. And he's going to assume he needs to let this play out as it did, and so he will go back to his clinic.
Okay.
But, like, sit by the door.
You back to your clinic. A while later, Bria comes in. Things go about as they did. You, after she dies, you go back to that warehouse. You try to attack them.
Mm-hmm.
And you die again.
Okay.
Though this time, as your eyes open again to consciousness, sorry, you kind of looking up, and we're looking sort of down, rather, at the floor of your body, sort of partially submerged in water. And the priestess, still with the large snake-like creature that's now kind of moving away from you, the serpent-like creature moving away from you, kind of almost like letting you out of its mouth. And the priestess kind of looking up at you and looking down to your body. You see like a sort of small tether connecting you towards it, and slowly you're being pulled back towards it. And a moment later, it goes black and then comes back. You're in your body and you begin to cough up water that has been building up in your throat and lungs a bit.
Okay.
And she's standing over you now. And she sort of nods, seemingly approvingly, with a slight smile to her face. Kind of looks down at you, a slight smile to her face. Sort of nods again. Sort of sets the idol down. And not holding it in her hand, but sets it down, kind of resting her hand on top of it as it rests in the water. Good. You passed and lived.
You're fucking sick. He'll say after he kind of catches his breath.
If that's what you call it, you can do so. I'm merely showing you, helping you find your current, find your flow.
So now what? What more do you want to fucking torture me with?
Nothing more. There are only 3 tests. You passed them. You are still alive. What you do with this is your choice. But just remember, life is flowing like the waves. There's no rest. You must keep flowing. Motion. Focus. Truth. Remember those. Or you can drown. And Yerosabastica can claim your spirit.
Is that who claims people's spirits here? Is Eurosabastica? Whoever the fuck that is.
That is one belief to it. Yes.
Is Eurosabastica the Serpent Mother?
The Sea Mother. That's what I believe you all on the island call her. Stand up. You're still sitting in the water.
He will kind of shoot her a glare as he shakily stands back up.
She kind of do so. She like puts her hand in her on your head and just sort of kind of shakes it back and forth a little bit. Like, hand is, I mean, she's obviously very big, like big.
Very large.
But not like abnormally so, but like kind of hand is on your head and just shakes it back and forth a little bit. Those feelings you have now, they'll pass. The tests are cruel and dangerous. But it's the only way to find if you're worthy of having your own current.
So great, now I'm worthy to have my own quote-unquote current.
He sort of like raises it around, just kind of nods.
And what do I do with that? What good is that gonna do me?
She kind of like shrugs a little bit. Depends what you want to do with it. But you were not killed. Eurosabastica did not claim you. So you have their support, it seems. She like tilts her head slightly. And by extension, mine.
Okay.
Should you ask of it.
Interesting. Well, I want to go find my cat, and no disrespect, but get out of this place.
She glances around. I find it comforting. But it's not for everybody. Kind of looks past you a little bit, and you kind of glance and you see there's a figure standing there with sort of a kind of like half skirt and garb kind of diagonally across his chest, face mostly wrapped and covered with, except for eyes and nose. He looks to him and he looks back to you. I believe your cat was found snooping around.
Yeah, that sounds like her. I'm just gonna, take her and go.
We can go find her. She lifts up the idol and sets it on her shoulder and begins kind of walking. You don't need to be so hasty to get out of here. Just because I said you need to flow and have motion does not mean you need to constantly be leaving.
Rowan did not come here to get called out like this, sir. Leaving's easier than fucking trying to deal with everything right now, to be honest.
And what is everything?
So Eurosabastica or whatever, it showed me information that I'm not doing great right now mentally, so I want to leave.
And you think leaving will be a better choice?
Than drowning right now?
You aren't drowning. And she's walking back up the hallway and kind of leading you as she's talking.
I mean, you said what? I have your favor? That means I can come here anytime to talk to you?
You can ask for me at any time. But does that mean that you can always come here?
That's fine.
What did you see?
So you don't see what I'm seeing?
I don't see anything. It only shows you. It shows your spirit. Only you can know the answers to the test, I suppose.
I mean, it showed me the worst night of my life.
And how did it go?
Exactly the fucking same as it did.
Because it was.
Yeah, it took me a while to figure that out.
It did. It took the last one even longer.
So it does that to everyone? Just, drowns them and shows them horrible things and expects you to just kind of watch it?
It varies slightly from person to person. But the end result is the same.
Which is we find our flow.
She nods. Smiling a little bit. It seems like you seems to understand like what she was saying. Yes.
Great.
Our God does not gentle. She teaches harsh lessons. But they are lessons we must know. Otherwise, we will drown. Or will drift. And not accomplish our goals.
You know, this might be a real weird, awkward question, and if it is, you can just act like I never said anything. Actually, he pauses, debating if he's gonna even ask this question or not.
You've already started it. You might as well ask it.
You seem to know a lot about this whole sea mother or whatever. Sorry, so
I am the High Priestess, yes.
Eurospastica. You don't know anything about something called the Keeper, would you?
I've heard the name before.
Alright, that's all I need to know. You don't have any information? It's fine.
I've heard it has other monikers as well. The Keeper, the Herald, the Slump.
The Slump.
She shrugs. People come up with titles for their fake gods or deities all the time.
Alright. I'll just stay silent as they keep walking.
Eventually they get to the top of the stairs and go a little bit further down the right hallway to another one of those doors that kind of has like the cages. Or not cages, but like the grates kind of around it that you can kind of see through. Not necessarily like, not like jail cell cages, but in this instance kind of working like that a little bit. As you pass one and you see kind of just sitting in there, table in front of them, sitting in a seat, just table with some decent looking food in front of them, and sort of you see the Dragonborn woman, just sort of like there, kind of arms crossed a little bit, and just sort of not looking like, just sort of straight face, just sort of like thinking, like lost in thought, just kind of nodding every now and again before kind of glancing up at you three as you guys pass by. She kind of like straightens up and just sort of smiles a little bit. You see the high priestess just sort of nod slightly and just she her nod back. She kind of sits back down. She's a little bit like slightly like smiling still. You go to the next one and you see, looking inside there, probably less than happy. No table, just a chair, but Marie. As well as you see kind of. Oh yeah, no, Marie. Yeah,
What was that?
Just nothing. Just there. That you're in the room.
Just Marie.
Now she has her little pausies crossed in front of her chest.
Should be a perfume brand. Just Marie.
Just Marie. Smells like wet cat.
Oh god.
Anyways.
Can I take her and go?
She just kind of looks to you and nods.
Is the door like open? Can you like go in?
It would be no, it'd be open, yeah. You just open the door and kind of go inside.
Marie's gonna like perk up when she like notices him and is going to like is she in a chair or something? Or is there nothing in there?
Right. There's a chair, but that's it.
Okay, she's gonna
you're not being like, you're not tied up or anything. You're just so you can be on the chair, you can be on the ground.
She's gonna jump down from the chair and she's gonna be like, "Oh, you're alive? Fuck." Okay, so like I tried to come in. She's gonna like immediately stop and is just gonna like kind of peer past him towards the priestess lady, and it's just gonna be like narrowing her eyes at her.
You see her just kind of looking down towards you. Next time you try to sneak into a temple, consider what god it is. Consider if they want you there. And if they do, consider why you're sneaking in.
She's not gonna reply. She just keeps her eyes narrowed and then just kind of looks up at him like, "Well, can we go,
Yup. He will reach down and pick her up. Yeah, if you could just perhaps show us the way out.
She nods. Of course. He looks to the other man that was here and he just gestures to him and he walks off somewhere else. But she just looks to you guys and gestures for you to follow. Doesn't lead you back the way you came.
Can you perhaps tell me why your Eurosebastica
chose 3 people for your little
No, I
holiday?
cannot.
Okay, well, alright.
But you stood out.
Maria's looking at Rowan suspiciously.
I mean, I guess...
No, they seemed right. It seemed like a sign that I was meant to choose 3. There is no written law or rule that it is only 2. It just happens to be that most of the time.
Alright. Rowan will stay silent now as they walk.
She every now and again kind of glances back and sort of to both of you and just sort of pauses, kind of lets you guys catch up a little bit. Looks to you, Rowan, looks to Marie, and then looks back to you. May I?
What?
You what?
She kind of like glances to Marie again and then to you, Rowan.
Like, Rowan's gonna look a little apprehensive. Oh, what are you asking for?
Can I pet your cat?
You must certainly may not.
She seems pretty adamant about it. She's awakened.
She sort of like raises a brow at Marie as she looks at it and she sort of sighs. Fine. Can you guys walking ahead of you again?
So, theoretically, how heavy is that thing?
Would you like to carry?
What?
Would you like to try to carry it?
You probably can't, right?
Fuck off, Marie. I know that. I just theoretically wondering how heavy it is, since, it does make quite a noise when you slam it on the floor or at me.
It is very light for me.
What?
It does help that I might probably help that I am a priestess of Eurosbastica, but I don't know.
Could I try lifting it? I'm very curious. If it's light to you, I'm very curious.
She kind of pauses and turns, for letting it off of her shoulder and sort of again like letting it hit against the ground as you hear just the loud sort of kung.
Marie's gonna squirm out of his arms and is going to climb up onto his shoulder.
As you like look at it and Marie begins to kind of move, she kind of like holds out like her hand slightly as if like to she'll take Marie.
Marie is trying to climb onto his shoulder and not go towards her hands.
As you move away, specifically away from her, she kind of like returns her hands.
Poor woman. He's gonna attempt to lift it to see how heavy it is.
Okay, make an athletics check. It would just be more of a straight strength check, but you don't have proficiency in strength, do you?
No, I do not.
You're able to lift it a bit, but like you are not gonna be able to swing this thing around at all. Like it is taking most of your strength to actually get this thing off the ground.
No. Okay, just because he's gonna immediately just kind of put it back down.
Yeah, looks at it.
That's a little. Yeah, that's He's gonna like school his features. Yeah, that's pretty heavy.
Much heavier to those who don't know how to flow, or those who are new to it. She kind of takes it and just with one hand kind of turns it and spins it back up onto her shoulder.
He's making a mental note to never piss this woman off, ever.
Marie's sympathetically patting his head.
You're also gathering a little bit that there is some magic to it that is helping her lift it.
Gotcha. Alright, then now he will actually perhaps be silent the rest of the time, maybe.
Okay. Yeah. If you don't say anything more, she does lead you both to like a sort of, not necessarily like a back secret door, but like just a back door. That opens up and kind of leads out to the near the bottom of the stairs of the temple. It just sort of steps aside for you both to leave.
I don't. Since I have your favor, I might come and ask for you again. I don't actually know.
As long as you don't forget the tests. Don't forget your lessons.
Yeah, it's gonna be fucking hard to forget.
You would be surprised sometimes. You don't even notice when you start to drift.
Okay. Thanks. Hope you have a good day. Just gonna kind of nod and leave.
Marie's gonna watch her over his shoulder as they go.
He kind of just watches you guys go for a little bit before just nodding slightly, kind of turning and closing the door and leaving. Or, well, as the doors close, you don't see her anymore, obviously. So you guys leave.
What happened there? Like,
I don't.
You guys can discuss what happened. As Fearne, what was your plan? What were you doing?
I was gonna say she probably is gonna go towards the clinic and be like, that's probably not a good idea. No one's seen this shape before.
I'm assuming that was an internal thought.
Yeah.
Okay.
And probably put a note on the door telling Rowan that she's going to the tavern instead.
There is as you're kind of putting a note in the door, like the door does kind of open, and you see kind of Burp standing there. Yeah, Rowan's not here. Because it seems like he thought you were knocking.
Oh no! God damn it, Burp.
Yeah. Hi, Benjy. You see Benjy kind of like, hello. Kind of like glances and yeah, was there a reason we were leaving a note?
You know. Hi, Burp.
Hi. Yeah, you know my name. How do you know my name?
She's just gonna crouch and like whisper to him. Be like, Burp, you know I'm kind of magic, right?
No, I don't know you. I don't know who you are. You kind of hear from inside a little bit as well. You hear Rayla. Burp, who is it? I don't know. He's Benjy and another person.
Burp, it's Fearne.
Oh. The elf person says Fearne. Is it Fearne? No, it's not Fearne. Eventually you kind of hear like footsteps kind of coming towards the door and kind of door opening a little bit. You see Rayla there and is like kind of looking at you and then looks up to Benjy. Hi, Benjy. Hello.
She's gonna give a pleading face to Rayla.
Rayla kind of like looks a little confused. Are you? She kind of looks away from you, Benjy. Are you here for the clinic? Or Rowan or Fearne? Because they're not in right now.
She's gonna stand back up, lean in a little bit, be like, Rayla?
Yes.
It's
How do you know my name?
Fearne.
Are you taking another shape right now?
Like, she's like whispering as low as she can to her.
She seems confused, but kind of whispers back. She's whispering back.
I'll explain it later.
Okay. Alright. She looks down to Burp. Burp, I think they're okay to wait in here. Burp just kind of like looks to Rayla and looks with you. Okay. He kind of goes waddling back to his little nest, and Rayla kind of opens the door and lets you guys in.
She'll just give Rayla a smile and be like, "Thank you, Rayla."
She still looks a little confused, but just kind of nods back. Benjy kind of walks in and just sort of smiles and nods to each of them. But I'm glad we are allowed in here. Be weird, especially weird if Rowan said we can go back here and we couldn't. And he kind of walks in and goes again. It sets down like his sword and his basically anything that he was kind of carrying. Just sort of sets it down against a wall, kind of in the corners out of the way. But just to get it off his back. As Rayla kind of like looks to you guys and then kind of goes back towards the chair and just sort of grabs a book again, sort of sits cross-legged. But just kind of glancing at you guys, a little confused.
God. God damn it, Burp had to fucking open the door.
I mean, you said you're pinning a message to the door, and it's like, I'm like, there's not really a way you're gonna pin that message without sort of like making some sort of noise.
Oh my god. She's just gonna like awkwardly look around for a second, and then like, she's gonna like walk over to where Rayla is first.
Yeah, she kind of do so, and Rayla kind of like glance. It's still like she goes, so where's Rowan and Marie?
They went to the Serpent Mother's temple?
Sea Mother.
Sea Mother's temple? Rowan wanted to check something out. He wasn't really...
Didn't take Rowan for a religious type.
I don't think he's going there for a religious reason. It was a little confusing, but,
Alright.
I have something for you.
Oh, okay. What?
She's gonna dig out those 3 books out of her bag. I'm not totally sure the genre you like, but I guess, the lady said this one's really good, and, I picked a couple off the shelf.
I'm noticing a theme of the... She kind of takes the first one. I'm noticing a theme of the books that you are giving me.
I'm not sure what you like, but she said this one's not raunchy. This one's just a good story.
I mean, they're nice, but... Oh, it's not... Like... It's not like she kind of, like, grabs another book and kind of holds it up towards you. Like this one? Oh, which one was this one again? It was one of the other ones that you gave her. That seemed like one of the more dirty books.
Yeah, some of I asked the lady at the thing if there was one that had a good story and isn't always raunchy. So I tried finding some. I could find more too if you wanted different ones. But she said this one's a good romance.
I don't need you to look for me, but thank you.
I know. I just wanted to get you something.
Great. Thank you. No, romance is nice. I like just... I don't really know. I like kind of just reading. Fiction is always fun.
Okay. Maybe I could go back sometime and find others. I could bring you.
Sure. Yeah.
Cool. Well, next time I go, I will come get you, and we can go.
Just sort of nods a bit. Right.
Rowan wanted me to read a book. Maybe you can help.
What is it?
She's gonna get the Awaken Animals book out. Well, we kind of ran in something, and Rowan and Marie told somebody that Marie is an awakened cat, and I don't think I completely understand it, but I guess if we read it, we can talk to Rowan and Marie what is in the contents.
Wait, I'm confused. What do we...
A book about awakened animals?
Why though?
Oh, they kind of got themselves into something, but I told them I would read it and try to figure out how to help them.
All right.
And you read a lot. You seem really smart, so.
Right. I'm okay. I'm a little confused of why we need to read and what we need to know.
Yeah. A lot's happened at the time that we've left and come back.
Right. A lot can happen. But why do we need to pretend that she's an awakened cat?
Well, they ran into somebody that was curious about her being awoken, because she said that she was awoken, and now they kind of dug this hole that now he wants to talk to her, and we all know nothing about awakened cats.
We just say that she's not awoken?
I mean, that's Marie's thing. I don't want to tell him that she's not.
Right, but okay, so we're trying
to learn about awoken animals.
Because we don't know.
I definitely don't know. I definitely don't know anything about them.
Did they say that you... Did you say that you awoken them? Did they say that they awoken?
No, No? Did they tell her that?
They did not tell him that. Rowan did not say that he awoke. Was the one that awakened.
No, I don't think they told him that Rowan awoken her or anything. I think Marie said that she doesn't remember.
So why do we need to know anything?
That is true. She's gonna like sit down on the floor in front of her. Oh, well, I didn't really think about it that way. See, this is why I came to you.
I mean, to be fair, I just thought you had a different reason. I could have thought that as well.
I
She really
didn't
kind of like glance over to Benjy and
think that far along.
back to you, and Benjy just sort of like kind of leaning against the wall a little bit, and sort of arms kind of crossed, holding them up.
Should we read it anyways, or nah?
I mean, I'm as much of a reader, but I mean, I'll do so if you think it will help.
What?
I kind of like glances. What's the book?
She's gonna get it out and hold it out.
Okay.
This one?
As you kind of do so, you kind of looks at it for a moment or two, and then kind of glances up. This is just a book on transmutation.
She's gonna look back at it and like open it a little bit. Be like,
I mean, that's awaken. That's the school of magic, but this isn't specifically about awakened animals. No, this is just transmutation. It might have something in there.
she's like looking at it a little bit and it's like, I didn't even read it whenever he handed it to me.
It probably has something in there about it, but
Oh, Rowan.
it's.
Oh well, I guess we can read that section.
If it's a section, it might be scattered about. I don't know. If you really wanted something about that sort of awakened animals, the tower that I was, well, that we went to, down there, in the Whispering Cove, that Valash was very studied on transmutation. I mean, that's what golems are. Golems are all just transmutation. But he was, well,
I read through some of his notes.
like the best at it.
Oh, dang it. She's just gonna like, oh, dang it. And rub a hand over her face.
That's what I mean, how long? Wait, but I mean, I guess you just found out, right?
Yeah.
How long do you all have?
Tomorrow.
Oh, that's a long time.
Yeah.
Or not a long time. So you can't go back to the tower and...
No. That's okay. I guess I'll just read what I can and relay it to them.
I still don't really know why we need to know anything.
I don't really either. I'm just doing what they asked.
Okay. Let me know if you need help.
Thanks, Rayla. And she's just gonna sit on the floor in front of her.
Nods a little bit, and kind of Benjy kind of like glances at his table and kind of just pull probably footrest kind of over and just kind of sit on that. He goes, so, is there anything I can do?
Do you by chance know anything about awakened animals?
Not a clue.
I
I believe you already asked me that, I'm very sure.
Yeah, we're in the same boat.
Right. And I mean, I've seen. What did you say? Transmutation magic? Me?
Mm-hmm.
Rayla? And you Rayla kind of like goes over and sort of nods a little. I've encountered it a couple times before. But, no, not today. No. I've been polymorph before, but it was very interesting. Not necessarily fond of it. It was a chicken. For
you were
bit,
a-
but,
You were a chicken?
wait. It's, I mean, It's a transmutation spell, B? Really? Really just kind of glances over and you sort of... Yeah. It's transmutation's changing or creating the form or shape of something. See, Benjy kind of just nod a bit. Oh, yes, yeah, okay. No, right, so that means polymorph would probably that. Changing the shape of form of something from what it previously was. You know, I wonder, Rayla, you're smart to know this. You seem to know a bit more about Fearne. This topic came up one time when I was talking with Fearne. Changelings, perhaps, as a transmutation magic, or what's the deal behind them?
She just kind of like, it like doesn't say anything. Just has that face of like, oh god.
Rayla kind of like glances to you and then glances to Benjy. I don't actually know, really. I mean, they're changing, it's like magically. They're changing their face and shape. Everything of that nature. So it's technically transmutation, maybe? I suppose, I guess, if you were going to classify it, yeah, it would be transmutation. He kind of like looks to you and then looks back to Benjy and kind of looks around a little bit, and Benjy says, interesting. You've obviously probably had a lot of experience with transmutation magic with your, well, you said you did with your, what was it, Brush, friend of yours or something, I'm not sure. Fearne, I'm assuming you never turned into a chicken or anything before?
Not a chicken.
No. Any experience with transmutation magic or things of that nature?
Not much.
So, Benjy kind of just... Really? You never... nothing ever? Like, not even... I thought you and your friends said that you polymorph or something, but not frequently to change your appearance. Oui? Or is it not polymorph? See, disguise self or something of the nature.
Is that the same?
I don't think so. Really, kind of. No, disguise self is illusion magic, so yeah, it's not really this same, I guess. That's because it doesn't actually change their shape or not. But Fearne, you I mean, obviously use some sort of. I do some sort of
magic.
Magic. Oui, the transmutation.
Sort of.
What did you use? You said you've never been polymorphed, I think, right? So.
Not polymorph.
But so what was it? If you don't mind me asking.
She's just staring at him, nervous now.
Oh no.
He's just kind of sitting there on the chair.
She doesn't really understand magic either.
Looking at you, sort of like legs kind of apart and just sort of arms on his legs, hands crossed in front of him, just sort of looking at you. So, no, we don't know, or...
Can you repeat the question?
Well, I mean, what do you do to change? What did you use to change your appearance? Obviously, this is your, as you told me, this is your true form. Oui? So, what were you using to look like the other form?
Illusion magic?
Really? Because I do remember you running your hands through your hair, perfectly fine, and I remember you picking up cups, perfectly fine. I mean, maybe it was just very, very closely. Yeah, maybe I'm remembering it wrong, maybe even. But you also seemed a little bit shorter then, so I assumed something like an illusion wouldn't necessarily, how you say, hold up. If you were showing an illusion, the cup might have been floating a little bit away from your hand, or things of that, something like that. Your hair might have actually been a little bit higher up. See Rayla kind of glancing back and forth between you both. And Benjy's still just kind of looking intently at you. What illusion magic was it? It had to have been something very...
She just kind of runs a hand on her face a little bit. It's like, well, let's just, I guess, cut to the chase. You know I'm lying.
Oui, I do. You want to tell me? Or should I make an assumption?
I would rather you not make an assumption.
Seem kind of like moving one of the, kind of his hand back to kind of his side a little bit as he kind of leans forward on his other arm. And sort of looking at you. So, would you like to tell me what you are, Fearne? Because I'll be honest with you, you don't do a good job of hiding it very well.
No, not really.
You see Rayla kind of like looking to you and looking to him. And you see, Fearne, what's your passive perception?
Fearne's passive is 13.
That's 13. You see, like her hand, her right arm, the one that's more draconic, like you see it sort of like clenching the side of the book like tightly, sort of bending it slightly. It's a hardcover book, bending it slightly as she's kind of like glancing between you both.
Assuming I don't have to say it.
I'm asking you to. I would like you to. If you don't want to say it, then I can leave.
I'm a changeling.
She kind of like nods a little bit. Right. So, you could explain why you've been lying to me?
I didn't want...
You didn't want what? Theodoric to find you?
I didn't want you to hate me?
I mean, I don't really feel like I hate anybody, just nearly. The vampires are a bit of an exception, but, I mean, well, I learned to hate them. They did shitty things. I felt I was fairly upfront when we first met, that I just want people to get along, and I want people to at least smile a little bit. So, I don't really get where that came from.
Not everybody's so nice about it?
Yes, well, I'm not everybody, and you lied to me. Rayla, did you know? Rayla kind of like glances around and kind of like burped into you, then to him. Yes. Rayla knew. And Rayla didn't even like you.
Yes.
I don't know, do you
Rayla-
still hate her, or Rayla's just kind of like, I don't, what? Why are you... No,
Rayla found out in a different way.
Oh, did she? Did you ask her about the changelings too?
I tried, yeah, but she doesn't really know much.
Is that how she found out?
No.
Oh, you told her.
No, we were in the cave, and I tried to go in there to help them, and I was in a different form. And I was, kind of had to tell if I wanted to live.
And he glances up to Rayla, and Rayla just, yes, that's true. So she didn't tell you either. Well, maybe you found out, but... What about Burp? He kind of looks over to Burp, and Burp as he kind of, as he hears his name, he's kind of like, yeah, huh? Yeah. Did you tell him?
I didn't necessarily tell him, no.
Does he know?
I have no idea.
Would Burp even remember? I don't know.
I mean, I'm pretty sure you've changed in front of Burp, or like I'm pretty sure
Oh
he
yeah,
would
that's
know.
right, in the alley.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Burp knows.
So,
Does he?
Assuming? Does he?
Did it click for him?
based on you don't know, but you know that he's seen it, so you know that he has some semblance of acknowledgement probably of it. Burp doesn't necessarily forget things; he just doesn't understand them.
I love him.
Same though.
So, answering to his question, what are you saying?
She's just like, he's seen me change when I had to help somebody.
So he knows then.
I don't know if he...
He knows you change. He could at least relay that information. People could piece things together or something. Someone like Theodric could piece it together. And, well, Burp necessarily isn't really a subtle person, I would say.
So what are you getting at?
What I'm getting at is that you lied to me. I have done, I think, nothing that warrants that at all. I feel I've been nice. I have been kind. I offered to be your bodyguard and I accepted. But I did not accept to work for someone who lied to me.
I wanted to tell you.
But you didn't.
No.
That doesn't change the situation.
No. I am very new at this. Knowing who to tell and who not to tell.
I'm aware, as you seem to have told all of the other people, that apparently against just Rayla and Burp are probably less trustworthy. Rayla kind of like just squints at him a little bit. No offense. She just continues squinting. Burp doesn't seem to really pay attention. So, well, I think firstly I want an apology.
I am sorry, Benjy. It's just... It's getting harder and harder just to understand.
I'm sure it's not easy.
No.
But, well, when you're asking somebody for information about it, and also about the person hunting you, you may want to be more... Yeah, what's the word? I say discreet about it?
Not very good at that.
It's not a race to get this information. At least I don't believe it is. Is your life on the line if you don't know about?
I just... want to understand myself.
But your life isn't on the line, right? Like, just correct me if I'm wrong. No, then it's not a race. You have time. You don't need to give yourself away and endanger yourself to get information. Sure, if you want to, you can do so. But it doesn't seem like you want to.
No.
So then don't. It didn't take a ton to piece everything together for myself. Of course, I have spent more time with you, but... She shrugs a little bit. If I was somebody else... somebody a bit more nefarious and, like you say, evil. I might have gone and found Theodric, given the information. He would pay for it. I don't really care what you are, Fearne. I could give less shits. I've traveled with you there. But I do care if you're a liar. I get that you don't have to tell the whole truth. I understand it. You can tell me that. I might pry a little bit, but I'm not going to force you to tell me. Unless it's endangering my life. Yeah, that kind of is looking between you guys still.
I just keep getting mixed things. People tell me not to tell people. Then people tell me to.
Then you need to decide for yourself. And those people aren't you.
I just don't want to get... I don't want my friends in danger.
Well, I'm sure that your friends, they don't want you in danger either. And to be honest, if I am speaking from a friend standpoint, let's say you were my friend, which is not out of the question, but let's say you were, I find the best way to make sure you're not in danger
It's not to conceal who you are and everything, that stuff. I mean, first step would be, for me, personally, to go find Theodric. Hunt him down. Get him. That's one threat gone. I'm not saying that's what you need to do. I'm not saying it would be an easy thing to do, or you'd even know where he is.
No.
That's just saying that's what I would do.
I
Or at least be ready for him, perhaps.
don't think I'm even strong enough to go against him.
I could not tell you. You might never be strong enough to go against him, but well, you have friends. I mean, you live your life. You live your life how you want to, Fearne. You can tell people, share it with everybody. It's fine. You just need to know that there's consequences to that. Well, you can keep a secret. No, tell no one. There's consequences to that as well. Find a balance that you like. Shut up a bit. It's not an easy thing to do. People will tell you to do one thing, people will tell you to do another thing. And you can take, bits and pieces of what they say. If you want. But I don't think you should listen to them wholly and fully. I think you need to figure it out for yourself. I'm talking in circles here. What is it that you do want, Fearne? I mean, obviously you want to know more about changelings. I understand that, but do you want to tell people? Do you want to just keep a secret?
I just really want to just have a life.
I mean, I would say you have a life still. You're living, you're doing things. What kind of life do you want?
I'm really enjoying adventure, helping people, making friends.
Well, it seems like you're doing that. Trying to, at least.
I like it.
So do you want to stay hidden about being a changeling, or do you want to let people know? Or is that something you want to figure out on the way? I don't want to put words in your mouth. I don't want to give you ultimatums. Choice. I don't care. Either way. I'm still accepting the job. Really, those terms are... I mean... To be honest, you did a shit job of telling him what the terms were and things of that nature. So, it's an easy job for me.
I've never hired somebody before.
And 30 gold a month, 60 gold a month. That's a little bit more than I thought it was going to be. Did we agree on that? I thought we agreed on 30. I mean, it's too late. You already have the contract. But, either way, I'm going to continue doing the job. It's an easy job, as long as you have the money.
Yes, I do.
And maybe, even if you don't, perhaps. We'll see about that, of course. But, I do want to know... I feel like I should know. Do I make sure that you being a changeling stays a secret? Does it matter if I tell people?
For now, maybe not.
Very well. I'll keep them a secret.
I'm not the best at lying.
I know.
I don't like to do it.
Yeah, it's fair. I don't necessarily like to do it too. I bend the truth a little bit, tell stories that are... I mean, technically it's lying when I tell stories, but it's really just bending the truth a little. But I don't like lying either. Really, kind of seems to have like relaxed a little bit. She's not like bending the book back anymore, but you can see like the spots where like her fingers are dug in, like sort of like claw marks almost. She just sort of relaxes back. I don't like lying either, but I think that's just because I don't know how to. But well, I feel like you all had Rowan and Maria had a reason probably that we were supposed to be reading the book, so it might be a good idea to at least get that done, and we can discuss this more later. I will also I will let them know that. Oh, you can let them know that I know about you being a changeling.
I'll talk to them. Yeah.
I mean, we could just tell them when they come in. Make it casual.
that a casual conversation.
I mean, just telling. Yeah, no, Benjy knows I'm a changeling now. Seems like everybody else here knows. I did say Both of them do know that, we?
Yeah, I mean, I could always just go to my real true form, and I think they'll put it together.
I mean, sure shrugs. Your choice. I think maybe if you are trying to stay in disguise, keeping what this is new, right? I don't know, staying into my... I don't know how it feels, actually. I couldn't tell you. The only time I've been changed was a chicken, and that was just a completely different thing. Does it feel like you're wearing a new skin? What does it feel like?
It feels normal, I think.
Like I said, I don't know. It's just that's a curiosity for me. I've never met a changeling before. I don't think, at least. I couldn't tell you if I had.
Now you can say you can.
I can say for a certainty. So it's like just normal, no new skin, not like putting on like a do your clothes? Your clothes that don't change at all?
No, I can't. I can't change those.
So like, what are the limits of like what you can change exactly?
Well, I've not done it very often.
Really, this kind of that kind of has the book down and kind of is listening because she seems to be like a little curious.
I've only picked forms that are close to my normal one. I don't really know my limitations.
What are the limitations of those though? Like, can you make like longer arms? Like, how much longer can your arms be? Like, obviously your arms are longer now.
I don't think I can make them super long, but I can be taller or shorter.
How much taller? Could you be taller than me?
How
I think you're
tall
close
are
right
you?
now. Benjy he wasn't like giant. He was like 6 foot, I think, 6'1". 6'2". He wasn't super big.
I can get close to your height.
But you can't get fully to my height.
Maybe right at it.
Interesting. Rayla's kind of like looking at it. That's, kind of strange.
You're telling me I gotta live with it.
Well, I meant
weird.
that you can't go any taller or anything because she kind of like, you see her like her cheeks, like her face go red, and she's kind of like, never mind. Benjy kind of glance towards her and sort of like cock a brow a little bit and kind of glance to you. Oh, I know she's referencing.
She's just like, I don't think I'm catching on.
Because you weren't, let's say your clothes, your shirt fit a little looser in your other form.
Yeah. She's gonna look down and go, oh.
It was quite a bit looser in your other form. And Rayla's kind of like, no, that wasn't, I mean, that too, but you also, didn't you actually have a penis once? Benjy kind of like looks to her and then looks immediately to you. So hold on, you can actually make it a penis.
She's gonna turn a dark red. I have never had this conversation pop up. Yes, I could.
Well, you wanted to know more about them, so this is the conversation that you need to have. I'm sure, baby, if you add like a...
She's gonna like push the book against her face, like I never had this conversation. But yes, I can become a man. I could be.
And like, it's actually like a penis?
It's all physical. Yes.
Does it work? It's a very question. I'm just curious.
Do we need to talk about this right now?
I mean, I'm trying to lighten the mood a little bit. I'm just
oh my
curious.
god. Yes.
So, what's the discrepancy on that, though? It's like, can you make that bigger? Can you make it smaller?
Oh my! She's just gonna like put a hand on her face again and be like, "Oh my god."
Listen, this is important. You might not understand because you appear as a girl most of the time, but this is important. He kind of like has his hands together and just kind of like, almost like moving them apart, sort of slightly, just to see if like if you like give him like a tell him when to stop of like when it engages.
She's just gonna lay her hands on his and be like, "Stop."
I mean, I'm trying to figure out this actually matters.
I can do whatever I want with my body. Yes, I can.
So it can be like, he can like hold his hands a decent bit of ways apart. It's like that?
No! Like a normal person!
I mean, that's normal. I've seen somebody with that.
Oh,
That
what?
was not a minotaur.
Oh, what kind of people have you been seeing?
I mean, I haven't like, not like seeing as like dating, but you know, sometimes when your armor gets rusted or you encounter a rust monster or something, you have to sit down, make sure everything's clean.
Okay.
This is a dwarf, by the way.
Oh.
So that's why I was like, wondering if there's a larger variation that you could, like, so like, no, you can't. So like, he kind of scoots his hands a little closer.
Oh my
Like,
god. Let's just say yes. Okay.
kind of like,
Oh.
looks at his hands and like this space between. He's like, damn.
I guess. I've never experimented that much with it.
You see Rayla's like flush red. She's like, I'm gonna go.
I'm so sorry, Rayla.
It's all right. Because as you say that, like, you know, she's the one who originally had the smut books. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Like lean on the footstool that Benjy's on. Just okay.
And they kind of like stands up and kind of quickly like walks out, like through the.
Oh my god.
Benjy's just really, like kind of sitting there smiling and kind of like glancing back down to you. I mean, I'll have more of these questions later at some point, but
You could sure we will explore these questions together, I guess.
I mean, based on how I'm seeing things, or at least what I heard about from some people, I think you should explore them with Rayla. Some of the crew talked.
You see, sir.
Wait.
She's just gonna like run her hand through her hair. You see,
Actually, it is an elf on the ship, on the crew.
elf on the ship.
Yeah, crew, on the crew. If you're wondering, I'm assuming because you're probably going to, based on how you're getting about this, you might get. I mean, if you want to know who told me, say, just so you know who you can't trust. Really, was a elf on the ship.
Gonna squint at him.
A ladrin. It was a ladrin elf.
Who?
It's on the ship, on the crew, a Heskin ship. They talked, so. But, I mean...
What?
I'd be interested, sure, but you can give me the results. I think maybe extra everything, maybe a bit more, up your alley, if I understand correctly, right?
I don't have a preference. Oh my god.
No, I'm not saying I have a preference, but I'm just saying... Based on what I heard, it seems like exploring it with Rayla might be up more your alley. Am I wrong?
Why? She's gonna lay on the floor and be like,
Benjy, ultimate wingman.
You know, things are confusing for you with the changeling thing, but I really think you should be worrying about this stuff more.
Where what?
You're saying that the stuff about changelings is confusing? This is all... I mean, if you don't have this down, we should worry about this first.
What part? What part, sir? What?
I think all of it.
My bedroom preferences?
I think, well, that, your emotions, all those things. But, of course, you can figure that out at different times.
I know what I like.
That's fair. I'm not asking you to tell me. You do not need to tell me.
Well, I'm
You
not
defend
gonna
yourself.
keep a secret now. I don't prefer any gender because I could literally be whatever gender I want.
I mean, that's fair, but you still might have a preference, like in your head. It might be
Rayla's
like
pretty, yes.
It's quite it is, I suppose. She seems a bit, no, I mean, no offense to you, I guess. It's all, you know, preferences. A little bit of a resting bitch face kind of thing. Not exactly a bitch face, missing, no, I don't even know what to call it.
I think
She's also very quiet.
it's
I am not really
cute.
very polar opposite people.
I have a wide taste.
Interesting to know. I think this is the information that you're not necessarily lying if you don't tell me, but you probably shouldn't have told me. Because apparently you need help with all this, so Next time we go to a tavern, as it happens, there might be a brothel as well.
Oh my god.
She kind of smiles. I'm joking with you. Partially. I'm about to say joking with you. I will ask questions, obviously. I am curious, but I will be respectful and not answer any that you don't want me to. Or not press any that you don't want to. You just, instead of lying to me, just let me know that you do not want to talk about it.
Oh, okay.
Or that you will tell me later. Or something
Okay.
of that nature.
Okay.
Otherwise,
Alright.
technically, the contract is void at the moment. But they don't need to know that.
Okay.
So, we in agreement on that then?
Yeah, okay.
We do not
This
lie to
is
each other?
a turn of complete events.
Well, you did seem like you were getting very mopey a bit ago, so I figured to liven it up a bit. Not liven, but, lighten it up a bit. Which, I mean, either you're going to laugh and find it funny, or you're going to be very uncomfortable and awkward. And it seems like it was kind of a little bit of both.
Yeah, a little both.
Kind of
A
smiling at you.
little both.
But it is better to see that you are smiling and not frowning. So, we should read that book, though.
Yeah, we should read the book. She's gonna turn around and open
I
it.
assume they're probably going to be back soon.
Oh, I have no idea.
I mean, they're only going to the temple, they're just trying to
Yes.
figure things out. Shouldn't
Yep.
take shouldn't take more than maybe an hour at the most.
I have no idea.
About an hour, 2 hours in, after as you're reading through the book, or skimming through it to find stuff. Rayla, it would have taken a while before Rayla came back and be like maybe almost an hour. She might not have actually gone to the bathroom. She might have just been like waiting upstairs or something. Who knows what she was doing? But about 2 hours in, Benjy kind of like turns to both of you guys. At this point, I think he would have just been looking through like
So bored.
a random book or something of that nature. He's already gone through multiple things that he's been doing. He has ways to pass his time as you're reading. But glances over towards you. They should be back by now, shouldn't they? I haven't been in Bargetide too much, and especially not that side of Bargetide, but I don't think it takes that long to walk back and forth.
I'm a little worried.
Should we go check on them? Or just, I mean...
But what if we leave and they come back here, and we're not here, and it's just like a game of tag?
Well, then we just tell Rayla to make sure that they stay here. Rayla kind of like pauses and looks up. But what if you all are gone for a while, and then they want to head out, and I can't keep them here? And they say the same thing, and then you all come back. No, you all just stay here. Benjy kind of like raises a brow, looks at her, and looks to you, Fearne. Alright. If we think it's better to stay here. I mean, if they don't come back by tonight, then I think we should probably go look for them, And so I think we're on the agreement on that, right?
Yeah, I agree on that.
Rayla, do we have your permission to leave? Rayla just kind of like looks at... yes. I'll go with you. Good. Burp kind of over in the corner. He's like, yeah, I got you. Yeah, see, all four of us will go. And we will leave the house to the cat. Person. Cat. Lady. I don't know. Anything interesting you're finding in that book?
Does she find anything?
You find a couple references to awakened animals, and that it's essentially a spell. They somebody cast awaken on an animal, and it will you get like the details of kind of how the spell works, as well. That kind of the note that it does take 8 hours to cast the spell. But in the creature gains a higher intelligence and like kind of things like that. As well, apparently it does also work on like trees and shrubs.
What the fuck?
Yeah. I guess the most useful information that you would have got is that the creature or plant apparently that gets awakened is generally sort of enthralled or charmed by whoever awoken it for around 30 days, or until that person does anything harmful to it. And then afterwards, it sort of the creature then chooses to remain friendly, or not, based on how it was treated. That's probably the most useful information you get out of it.
Oh my god. It's something.
Something.
She'd probably give up after that and just lay it down. I got a little.
That's good, I suppose, if we need to know anything about it. Just great about the point, and I still think it's a point that we don't really need to know. None of you cast a spell, and she's a cat. How intelligent does it say it makes them? Does it say it makes them like super intelligent, like they would know? Like, would they know everything about the spell?
I don't think so. I think they're just like a normal person.
Huh. Alright, well. I am going to, kind of like looks around the room, do something. Unless you are specifically having like, something you want to talk to him about or Rayla about or anything. Another about hour and a half will pass. Hour and a half, 2 hours will pass before Marie and Rowan arrive back at the house. Or clinic, I should say.
Marie is in full story mode when they walk through the door.
Anyway, it's like this weird like dude. I don't know what he is. What are they called? Are they like
You could have easily. You probably already told your story by the time you get there. It's a decent walk back.
Gotcha.
I want
So.
Fearne to have to listen to this rambling though.
Oh, you don't want her to have to listen to it from the start.
Oh no, I want her to hear this jumbled message they're walking through.
Oh, you just.
I
Okay.
figured
All right.
Marie spent the most of the walk trying to get Rowan to spill, but she said Rowan doesn't want to talk about it, right?
He'll talk about some things, but he will definitely some of it specifically, having to relive Bria dying over
The
and,
truth
yeah,
part,
and not being
Of
able to
course.
stop it.
Probably excluding the truth test.
She would be happy just knowing that this lady was being weird and knocking him in the water and shit. She's not gonna pry too much. She wants the priestess deeds. That lady's crazy.
Okay, so yeah, you walk in with Marie Hat and story mode about talking about a shrimp crawdad, whatever you want. I don't know, whatever she referenced it as. So as you guys walk in, you guys see Fearne kind of against the wall, reading a book. Rayla cross-legged in her chair, reading a book. And Benjy kind of leaning like back over. At this point, he's probably gotten out of any armor that he had on, but just sort of leaning back over the leg rest and just sort of like propping himself right back up as you guys come in.
Mm-hmm.
And Burp just kind of like looking over towards you as he heard footsteps. Burp kind of started moving towards the door, but you guys walked in and see Burp just kind of like there at like kind of the fireplace. Hi.
Hello.
Hi.
Oh,
Yeah.
thank God. Fearne's gonna jump up and be like, "Oh, you guys are alive." What? Okay, we were getting worried.
Yeah, it did take a while.
Rowan got sacrificed and all that good business.
Wait, what? What?
I didn't
Well, you look well for being sacrificed.
get fucking sacrificed.
She's gonna like walk up to Rowan and like lift his like he has any wounds. Be like, "Are you okay?"
Oh shit, he's still pretty bruised from the fucking.
You got some bruises. Yeah.
Yeah, from the.
None of it. There was never any cuts. It was all bludgeoning.
Yeah, we love bludgeoning damage in this house.
Kinky.
I didn't get fucking sacrificed. That's some kind of weird ass.
You're bruised.
Yeah, I got hit with a fucking. I don't know.
What?
Thing, large hammer, ish.
Something blunt.
Yeah.
When Fearne said he's bruised, Marie's going to look down at him dumbly and be like, "Oh yeah," cast Cure Wounds on him.
Oh my god.
Okay. Rowan, you heal back to. We'll just say you heal back to full. Don't worry about rolling it. Just
Sweet,
cast.
because yeah, I didn't keep track of what I was when I think it was like
Yeah.
33, but
Yeah, don't worry about it. We'll say you heal
Yay.
back to full.
Hell yeah.
Marie, just expend the spell slot and we'll have it back to full. Just yeah.
There was like a high priestess or whatever from the Sea Mother. It's a holiday today, I guess, for them. They like.
Is
pick
that meant to
people-
explain it? He kind of looks at Fearne. That meant to explain it.
What?
I'm okay.
Did you know it was a holiday today?
No.
I don't know. I don't go to temples very much.
After that, I
Yep. You know, I can't blame ya.
Now, is that bad? People there that obnoxious?
We didn't beat people up in mine.
Well, I mean, no, but they were probably already beaten up at yours, right? They were already dead.
They were dead.
Oh my
Yeah,
goodness.
yeah, so they were already beaten up. The beat-ups came beforehand, pre-beaten up.
Pre-dead. Not alive.
You know, clearly
Don't
I
think-
was not dead when I went in. The fucking I don't even know how to describe it. I had to go through like tests or whatever.
Trials?
Yeah. They picked three people in this whole fucking hole, big hole, and I just happened to be one of them.
Why were you... But you don't... You don't worship her.
Yeah, it was a little weird.
Yeah, tell me about it. They wanted me to find my flow.
Your flow?
Where did you find your flow?
You know, I don't really know, to be honest.
I am very confused.
Yeah, no, same. Listen, you can join the party. I don't know. It was.
There's a get answers, questions answered.
You find something?
I got things. Yeah.
Sounds like you're very confused about everything that happened. Did you like at least ask somebody about this stuff once you figured that, once you heard about it, or find your flow? Did you ask what that means?
He's been questioning me too, Rowan. Join the club.
There's been a lot of questions. Oh no, I also know she's a changeling. I mean, I kind of knew before already, but she's
Yeah.
officially told me now.
Surprise.
So you
Yeah,
cool?
sorry.
Wait. So you're okay.
I don't care. I don't really give a shit. I feel like this is very like. I'm a little offended that you were all working even on it. I felt I gave up a very welcoming vibe.
Well, to be fair, Benjy, yes, you are very welcoming, and it's very nice.
Like, Rowan,
But
I understand a
somebody-
little bit, but Mary,
Rowan was
I'm a
actually
little-
one of the first ones that knew.
Well, based on your stories, you traveled with him the longest. That makes a bit more sense. I understand that
Yeah.
more.
Yeah. The nicest people could also be the meanest in some way, so not
Well, I know,
really
but that's why
offensive
I was
to
just
you.
saying. Understood why he didn't know that or didn't tell me.
Well, Rowan's not going to tell you. He's not
Well, I
gonna
know,
tell
of
you
course.
the
Have you talked to Rowan?
What the?
He strikes me a little bit. You, Rowan, to be honest, to be fair, Rowan, you do strike me a bit as a person who's not going to really share that information. Or be very talkative in general. We just sort of sat in silence at the table at the tavern.
I am so sorry, Rowan. We will go back. Okay, let's go back to your conversation. Let's avoid that one
You
for
know,
now.
this is fine. You know,
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
no, we don't need to worry
nice.
about this. I know, it's all we need to be said.
Oh, God.
Marie is so amused.
But
Okay,
as well, just one last quick note. Maria, I think I heard most by you not telling me. Just, I felt like, I was nice.
Not
And
telling you
trustworthy.
about Fearne?
I didn't care that you were a cat either.
Wait, what? What do you
But,
think I am?
You told me you were a halfling, but you cursed right now.
mean-
I don't know. I didn't care that you were a cat, though, currently. I was accepting, and then you lied to me.
It's
It's too late.
everyone gets mad at me whenever I share other people's secrets, so I'm not doing that.
Rowan just gives a long fucking sigh.
She looks at Rowan. We're all just listening to this guy.
Anyways, back to your story about getting beat up in a church or something.
You got beat up in a church, Rowan.
Yeah, I fucking
Dean.
almost drowned, to be honest.
You
you feel
almost
enlightened?
drowned? What is
Yeah.
going on in there?
I don't know. She like hit me, and it was like my spirit came out of my body. I was
You're
watching, like I could
so-
see myself, and that
She
like
hit you that hard, huh?
She's just gonna go sit
yeah,
down and be like, "Wow."
it's really not a great time. But I did get information that
I've only been hit that hard once. It was really. I wasn't walking. I wasn't right for the week.
Benji's been a chicken.
Love to never experience that.
I have
Wait,
been a
what?
chicken. Wait.
what
It was a polymorph. I was a polymorph to a chicken.
It
It
was
was
a chicken.
Why did you get
somebody I was trying
turned
to
into-
fight. A necromancer, I believe it was.
A
He called himself a necromancer. at least.
necromancer.
He called himself a necromancer, but he turned me into a chicken. I was a chicken for about a minute.
That's something.
I don't have words. I actually
Yeah, I
don't.
mean, you do it. I mean, you gotta see if you keep adventuring and stuff. I'm assuming you probably turn into like a chicken or something.
I
at some
really
point.
hope I never become a chicken. I'm gonna be honest.
Probably don't. You probably want to give up the adventuring lifestyle then.
Marie wiggles her paws. She's like, I can make it happen though.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
I-
If you're gonna turn me to anything, at least make it,
I'll
cute
make you.
animal,
I'll
not a
make you a
chicken.
cute chicken.
Chicken can be cute. Sometimes.
I'll make you a cute chicken. The cutest chicken.
Have you ever seen a chicken attack like a grasshopper? They're a little scary.
No, but I've seen a chicken attack a necromancer. It's not very effective.
Rowan is literally just pinching his brow.
Anyways, Rowan, back to you. What did you get questions answered?
What? Sorry? What?
Did you
I
get
was-
questions answered that you wanted?
You know, I don't know what the fuck I got. In a roundabout way that I never want to go through again. I think it was very weird, but I think I know people I'm looking for now.
Oh, well that's
What are the names? Who are
that's
we
good.
looking for then?
I've no idea what their names are. I know what they look like. Kinda.
So that's
was
a
a-
lead.
Like there was,
I mean,
no,
that
there's
is
one
something.
lead. That
I mean, to be fair, that probably is better than the name, because they could lie about the names. Right, Fearne?
Yes.
He kind of smiles at you.
Rowan kind of like shoots a glare at him. Like,
he
near his
just kind of
side.
smiling, and then kind of looks to you, Rowan, and just kind of like smile drops with it. I can't make jokes. It's harmless. I am not holding out feelings.
He doesn't like any jokes. It's okay.
He just completely ignores him. There was some person, like a man, that had a fucking crossbow for an arm.
Like
That's kind of weird, right?
like
Crossbow?
what? Like
Like
his
his
whole
arm,
arm was a crossbow?
yeah, his arm was like a crossbow contraption. But when I saw him later, it's like he had taken off the crossbow and attached some kind of like sharp thing.
You wait. Do you mean sort of like Zala's?
I don't think
A fake arm?
I didn't really see the whole arm. I just saw like the he was wearing a cloak, so I couldn't, make it all out. But I know that was like his arm. Was this
So-
this contraption thing?
So it's like Zal's.
Prosthetic.
Kinda, yeah. Then there was also another man that I again, not that he's bald. He's bald in a brown coat with a
A lot of-
warhammer.
A lot of men are bald.
Yup, I know. Unfortunate.
Anything more distinct about him?
There was nothing more on that guy,
Oh,
right?
I guess technically you would have seen him. You can roll a quick perception check.
Okay. Wee.
Please be good.
Where the fuck did it go? 13.
Would have been enough. Kind of like probably a little bit more in the lights. The bold, sort of yellow mottled skin,
Oh, okay.
He's got jaundice.
with sort of like pointed ears, kind of like an elf, and then his nose was kind of like looked a little bit more pushed up.
Oh.
Not necessarily.
Oh,
He didn't look
Okay.
human. Was obviously not human, but
Okay. He had like yellow mottled skin with like kind of pointed ears, upturned nose.
Well, if we ever see somebody like that, I'll point him out.
I feel like they would stand out. Yeah.
And then obviously Meldfin.
Well, what did he look like? You saw him?
I don't know what he looks like, unfortunately. I didn't get to see him.
Hmm.
The crossbow arm was the one that I was like, that's very
Is it
probably not
distinct?
common. So
Well, it's a lead.
To be fair, apparently you all know somebody like that. So, who? I don't know.
So,
she doesn't have a crossbow arm, just like a metal arm.
I mean, it sounds like a person that didn't know he's have a crossbow arm, right?
Hers is very recent. She's one of the ones that I was telling that we helped when I had to change once. She's one of the ones that we had to save.
You know, it's kind of slowly. Okay. I still don't know who we're talking about, but
I think I also not I want to kill I want to kill them who did this, but I also kind of want to know why. Cuz they kept saying something about like Bria was getting nosy and getting in their business.
no, there's always a reason for people to kill people.
so when we catch them, you want to interrogate them?
I just would like to know why. I mean, I'm killing them. If I had the if it's a choice between killing them and getting information, I'm gonna kill them.
Well,
But-
Rowan, I can make the dead talk.
What the fuck?
It's just Fearne's gonna hold her hand up and be like, it's a thing. Before I transition to this way, I could do something like that too.
Yeah.
Clerics are so weird.
I mean, look, we work with temples
Talking
and
with
shit.
the dead.
Just a quick thing, because I don't know, like, talking to dead seems a little weird.
It happened all
But
the time in
if
the
we
temple.
could, okay. I'm a little, little curious about the temple. But perhaps if we're able to get them alive, pretend. I'm not saying we're going to. Obviously, you're not going to. But pretend like they have the option to live if you do not kill them, or if they tell you information. That way, that you can give them information, and then you kill them. Then you don't have to talk to them when they're dead.
Rowan will kind of nod, actually, kind of like, not bad idea.
No, I don't think
I'm
talking
just
to a dead
saying,
person is like.
as a backup plan, I have that in case you starve Last the Stew before I get anything out of him.
Yeah, well, at first I have to find these people. I have no fucking idea where to start.
Well, that's still a start.
Well, we start with robbing that fella tomorrow.
Yes, cause the thing is the what's your boss's name? The tower, the spire.
Oh, the
Wait,
spire.
hold on. Wait. You're working for the spire?
Guilty as charged, yeah.
Wait, so am I technically working for him too, or am I like? Do I have to be
Is
involved
that
in this?
going to be a problem?
You can
I mean,
stay
if
here.
I don't have to be involved in it, then I could have avoided.
Don't worry about that. You can stay here and hang out with Rayla.
You don't
Well, that
have
sounds
to
good to
meet
If
him.
shit hits the fan though, Fearne, you might want a bodyguard.
I thought I was the one doing the sneaking. Oh, okay. She's
Well,
just gonna lean against the fucking leg rest and be like, "Oh, okay. We have no plan."
I should not be with her if she is sneaking.
Okay, well
No.
it's
He's a big man.
I don't think. Yeah.
yeah, of course.
Who's a big man?
Yeah, of course he's big.
Who?
It's fine.
You're a big man. She's
I
gonna
mean,
look right
he's-
back
I
at
mean,
Rowan.
he's fairly big.
You're
You're
tall.
all, you're all
I mean,
gigantic
I'm not
compared
that-
to me.
I'm not
so
a guy. I mean, I think to be fair, everybody's gigantic compared to you.
that's what I just said.
Rayla's gigantic compared to you. Rayla kind of like looks
Rayla
at- wait, what?
is.
Wait, what?
Yes.
I think really the only one that's not gigantic is Burp. Yeah.
Wait. Out of character. How tall's Rayla?
Rayla's like
5'2".
5'2", something like that. Yeah,
I
she's not
just
very tall.
thought she was like very tall. She's not. Wow.
Nope.
She can
She's like
transform
5'2".
and be very tall, but no, she is
She is a large presence
she
in the room.
is
She's shorter
small.
than me. Anyways.
She's
she's not
taller
tall.
than me.
Okay, all right. And wait, Fearne, you're 5'5", right?
Fearne's 5'5" in her natural form.
She's probably closer to like 5'10", 5'11" right now.
For Adira? Oh, yeah, because elves are tall.
Mm-hmm.
Elves are a bit taller. Actually, no, I didn't take that into account. Yeah, probably like 6. Actually, you might almost be taller, like a little bit taller than Benjy, or just as tall as Benjy.
Oh, my
That's
goodness.
attractive. That's attractive.
You might be like, it might be close. It might be close.
Wait, so she's like 6 foot right now?
That's the
Probably
tallest.
close to that,
Yeah. Fearne in her natural form and her changeling form is 5'5", and she can only go 5 inches taller and 5 inches shorter.
Oh, so she'd be 5'10".
Yeah.
Oh wait, yeah, you're right. I can't do math.
Okay.
It's like 5'5" plus 5, 6 foot.
Well,
God
I'll
damn
say
it.
I'll say you have the variation of like one of within that foot. Like you can
Okay.
stay within foot. So
Okay.
so she can be
I'm
6 foot
fine
if you
with
want.
from like 5 foot to like 6 foot. I can
Yeah.
do that, right?
Yeah. So you can be 6 foot if you want. I'll give you that variation.
Yeah, okay. Actually, maybe keeping Benjy is fine. It's fine. We don't need another tall person going with us. Attracting
I'm not really
attention.
that tall. I'm just kind of like I feel like I'm average height for a half orc.
Or I'll just kind of grit his
It's
teeth.
okay, Rowan.
Yeah,
You're
of
tall
course
to
you are.
me.
Are you upset that I am tall?
No, absolutely not.
Is this why you're letting Rina come with you?
What
Where
are
they
you
kind of like looks to like him again and looks at what?
Okay.
I'm going to be honest, Ron. If this is a problem, if we ever do, I mean, if we're going to be doing, jobs or things of that nature, if this is a problem that you can't work with me because I'm taller than you, then
It's not that big of a problem.
I mean, it seems like it is right now.
Marie's gonna take out her potion of like what was it, giant height? I'm looking
No,
that up
don't
right
do it.
quick.
That's the giant size.
She's gonna hand it to him and be like, "It's okay, Rowan. I believe in you."
Listen, Marie, truthfully, fuck off. Thank you, but fuck off. He's gonna push it back into her little paws.
What?
It's fine. I don't have an issue with people being taller than me. It's fine.
Oh my goodness. Well,
I am fine.
Matt, if you say it's fine, that's fine.
are you?
Fearne, yes, I think you said it's fine, so it's fine. So
Exactly. Okay, so tomorrow, planning... I'm truthfully, I am not mentally able to read that book or really concentrate on that.
We've read it. There's not much. The spell. I'll just tell you the little bit that it gives us. The spell takes 8 hours to cast. It can work on plants and shrubs. The creature is enthralled or charmed, as they said in the book, towards the person that awoken them, unless they're harmful to it for 30 days.
Okay, there you go.
That's all I got.
That's all you
It's
need to
not
know.
very
I
exciting.
have a question as well. Why do we need to know this?
You know,
I mean, she explained me the story about what we're doing, but I mean, we said you told him that none of you were the people that awoken her, and you said that you don't remember. So
yeah,
why do we
okay,
need
yeah,
to
you're
know?
right.
He
Just,
invited us.
Rayla and him were making a lot of good points.
Well, that sounds fine. We can just go in, play dumb. We just have to keep talking so that way Fearne can kind of go explore.
What if I mess up? Do I just pretend I got lost? I mean,
Yes.
I could
Well,
easily.
absolutely.
If you
do
mess
that.
up, my suggestion is to not do that.
What do I say? What do I do? I've never stolen something like this. I've never done this. This is new.
Oh my god.
Oh, I have an idea. Oh, sorry, go, Marie. Go.
Nothing. I'm just so frustrated. I can't be the one stolen right now. I don't know how to tutor you. So,
Oh,
Benjy, what were you gonna say?
Well, wait, you have spells, right? That can help her.
I mean, I can help her snake and shit. Yeah.
And then, Fearne, you can. I mean, since I know now, I can offer these suggestions. You can maybe look like somebody that is supposed to be there, perhaps.
I guess.
I don't know. You said there was a tavern or something.
A magic shop.
Sounded like it. The something portal. Fuck. The garden portal.
Right. So, it's a tavern then. Maybe
I
you can
mean,
pretend to be like
can't-
somebody that works there.
I can't change my clothes unless I steal some of the clothes. I guess I can steal some clothes out of there.
Well, I mean, you also obviously have to knock one of them out too, because
Oh,
if
yeah,
we see
can't
two
have
of
a
them,
double.
so yeah. But just you can like punches his palm.
Oh,
And just knock him out. Make sure you don't kill him. Just knock him out quickly.
I am
and
not the
steal their clothes.
strongest person.
You have some quick blows. It's just a swift one. Just swift little right to the back of the head.
You know, like hit them right in the good spot.
You have darts, right, Fearne?
Yeah, I have darts, but I don't want to kill them.
I can. Well, no. I can probably try and brew up some kind of like sleeping draught. You know how I
Like
did
what
for
we
Maggie?
did with Maggie. Yeah.
Yeah, and you can just prick them and
Oh,
just cover
that's an
their
option,
mouth
sure, that's probably-
while they pass out,
Yeah,
Okay.
that might be better.
and they'll be fine. They'll just wake up. They'll probably feel like they have a little bit of a hangover, but it's not deadly.
I mean, to be fair, it's probably a little bit nicer than just punching them right in the back of the head.
I would rather not want to accidentally crack their skull open.
It's completely understandable.
There's also the chance we can just like buy this then.
I mean, we can ask, but it's gonna be a fucking lot of money.
I mean,
Probably.
we'll find out.
I mean, I have a decent amount of money, but
But wait, what are we getting out of this?
I'm getting information. I think he was paying Fearne, And Marie, you kind of seem like you already have like a thing going.
I'm paying for. He's paying. Yeah. I'm just making sure you get the job done.
I didn't ask about information for me because I wasn't gonna tell him about myself, but
So then, Fearne, as your professional advisor, we don't have to tell him. But, maybe don't spend money for money.
no, I wasn't gonna. No, I'd rather spend my money on my friends than
That's why you steal it.
I mean, it is spending money on Rowan, kinda.
I mean, how much money is it, though?
I'm just assuming it's a gyroscope or something. It sounds expensive.
I don't even know
If
what
anything,
the fuck
from
that is.
Mako's shop, he's gonna like physically blanch thinking about like the fucking bag that was like $3,000 or whatever that Marie / Fearne bought. It's gonna be a lot of money, probably.
Right, well, then how much is he paying you?
I mean, I need enough money to pay him. She's gonna point at Benjy. So
I mean,
I would
you
rather.
could, I'm assuming he's paying you. If we get it, he's paying you decently. You know, I know. I just asked for information, and that was at least the deal that I can remember that I it was a little weird.
I'm mostly just helping to help you get information.
I'm going to be clear. I believe he said that if we did buy it, he's not reimbursing us. So
No.
And we can't say his name in front of him either because he doesn't want his name involved. I do
So
remember that.
stealing's the best. Do you want me to make that sleeping potion? You don't have to use it, but that way you have the option.
Let's have the open options.
Okay, so I'm gonna go do that. You guys can discuss if you guys want to come up with like a better plan. I'm just assuming me and Marie are gonna be talking to him.
Yeah, have a lot to talk about.
I don't think we can really plan much more.
Rowan is gonna kind of go past them into his room.
Rayla kind of like quickly perks up for a moment. Just, I'm going to be right back. I forgot. I told Burp I'd go take him to the market. He said he wanted to buy something.
Oh, Fearne's gonna dig in her bag too. I also have something for Burp.
Burp kind of like looks around and looks to Rayla like, oh yeah, and then looks to you. Wah, yeah.
She's gonna
What?
get that bucket of paint out of her bag and sled it down in front of him.
Yeah, looks at it. Ah, it's paint.
If
Thank
you
you.
wanted it.
Yeah, he looks up and smile, like still smiling to you, smiling a little wider. Just kind of thank you. Burp has more paint now.
See,
Kind of like goes and picks it up and waddles over to his like little nest and kind of sets it down like in the corner of it.
Yeah, Burp.
Yeah.
I got it for you because you like it and you want to paint yourself, but you really don't have to.
Okay.
Well, if you like to paint yourself, that's a different story, but you don't have to.
Burp wants other. Cole wants to like him.
Well, we like you.
Yeah. Burp wants other. Cole wants to like him. Go.
Okay.
Burp said, go buy thing.
Okay,
Really
you...
kind of like looks to them and looks to you guys and is like, we'll be back. I suppose. I don't actually know what he's buying. He said he knows where it's at, so.
Okay.
Have fun.
I was
try to-
guessing that was the paint that he wanted, but I guess not. Okay. Good luck. Have fun.
Yeah, takes kind of like has Burp kind of follow a little bit ahead of her and kind of just nods you. We'll be back soon, I hope. So they kind of walk out.
Okay. Well, there's that.
So,
And Rowan, what did you say you were doing?
He's gonna go see if he has the supplies to make some kind of like sleeping.
Intelligent based, so yeah.
27.
27? Yeah, you feel you got a much more competent mixture this
Better
time.
than Maggie's,
Oh,
yeah.
hell
I
yeah.
hope so.
Yeah, you brew something up pretty well. Make sure you keep track of that.
I will.
Yeah. But you guys are, I'm assuming you guys are all kind of like in the little like more his work area now.
Just followed him.
All you, yeah. I'm assuming.
He will hand the little vial to Fearne. Alright, there you go. You should be able to just dip your dart in it, and as long as it hits the bloodstream, it should act pretty fast.
Okay. I'm a pretty good hit.
I mean, you could even just walk up to them and probably just,
Okay.
yeah.
You guys are kind of in the room as well. You do hear kind of from like kind of far corner. Hear a voice.
Oh, no. It's not Benjy.
It's not. It's not.
Oh no, oh no.
Just out of curiosity, what happens if there's 2 gyroscopes?
You kind of look over towards like just sort of just standing very still, or maybe suddenly just appeared there. Who knows? You see Fearne.
Eleanor!
What?
I knew it!
The fuck?